Now, all right. Okay, let me set up a couple of things. So, just a warning. This will not be a fast live because I need to remake the run, and this time I also want to make it into a spreadsheet. It's the usual run as Germany, but I want to optimize it a little bit and make it more consistent, so it's in a spreadsheet. The reason we have to make it again is that, of course, Paradox broke the save with one of the latest updates. So, yeah. And most likely it will be broken again with the next one when the next DLC comes out. That's why I want to have it ready. I also need a save for my next video in which I have a naval battle, so I thought this would be the right chance to do so. So let's play as Germany, new run, all DLCs on. This is the latest version of the open beta. There should be significant changes to the Navy that, in my opinion, once again make it worse, but let's see how it goes. So one thing that we need to consider now is I wanted to invest a little bit more in the Navy compared to the last test runs. So maybe build some... yeah, Germany for the Navy. Okay, yeah. Why Germany for the Navy? Because Germany is not a good country for the Navy. So that's why I want Germany. I mean, of course, it wouldn't make sense to test the Navy with the United Kingdom because you already have the most powerful Navy. So the challenge that I want for my Navy test runs is defeating the Royal Navy. Two things always. Invading the UK, see if it's possible, what's required for that. That's the most important thing. Secondly, which is more for fun, for role-playing, whether we can destroy the Royal Navy entirely or not. And Germany has a particularly good position for that, because you can fight the Royal Navy entirely alone before Italy joins, as long as you don't call Italy. Well, as Italy, it would be a lot more difficult to do, for example, the same thing, to fight the Royal Navy alone. But when you fight by yourself, well, that's a better representation of how the Navy can be. And also Germany, since it's not a good country for the Navy and you don't have a lot of starting dockyards, you only have 10, it's a potentially decent representation of what a minor country could do. So, yeah, that's why. Then again, we mostly care about the designs, and then later on, when we get to the testing scenario, we'll make a backup save, and we will potentially make different designs, test various things, and so on. So the only question is here whether to build or not some initial dockyards, because that could alter a bit my run. Now, what I usually do as Germany, let's start with the initial setup, then we'll see how to adjust it. So infras and 4 sieves in here. That actually doesn't make sense to do it this way. It should be done in this way. I need to think about a couple of things here. I also wanted to see one thing. So 7-11. How about this stupid new building? Yeah, that's a lot of extra resources in here. But it is also twice as expensive. What about this one? 7, 24, 7. Yeah, those two buildings are buildings I don't usually make because they use a building slot, which is annoying. But maybe we could slightly modify the build to include them. So for example, if we did something like this, and then we went for the high capacity in both of them, that's a lot of extra resources that could boost us a bit. I don't know though, because probably we don't need the extra coal. I'm not entirely sure, but it could be interesting to change something. And then I don't actually build infrastructures in here since we don't have resources, and we just go with meals later on in there. I think it makes sense. Now, yeah, okay. The other thing is, though, do we want to build a naval facility? I think so. We're going to build it, even though I'm not sure we're going to use special projects, but just in case we want to test them, it's important to have them. And if we build one, we should probably build it as a priority as soon as possible. So let's build one. Now, where is a good place to build it? I would tend to say Or maybe Bremen is a good place to build it if we can. Yeah, we can. It's the place with the most supplies in the area, isn't it? Actually, this place has more supplies, but... So this place... No, but if you go into supply hubs... this one has 13... This one has 14. Okay, maybe here then. Let's build it in Hanover. Then of course we also need the sieves. Wait, how many? I was 4 sieves, 1 in each province. Okay, yeah. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, but at this point, maybe it would be better to build 2 more in here. We're probably going to build 2 at a time, so it's probably fine. Okay, the only question here is what to do in terms of dockyards. Do we want some extra dockyards or not? The price is 6,400, so they're a bit cheaper than a military factory. They're basically the same cost as infrastructures. And I don't think there is any buffs or debuffs to them. So, okay, that's something to consider. Yeah, I would like to build them. How many, though? That's the big question. How about 3 in Hanover? And also, when to build them. Because technically dockyards are something that if you want to build, it's better built at the very start. So you start benefiting from them a bit more. Now, 3 dockyards are not going to make a big difference, but... In fact, in theory, I would like to have an extra 5 dockyards for the build. So that would increase actually significantly the output potential for Germany. By the way, guys, they also nerfed the planes. That's something we want to check later on. They nerfed the... where is it? The heavy machine guns. Now they give a reliability penalty and they reduce the air attack. I don't know by how much though. It's actually, it seems like a significant nerf, to be honest, because they say they still provide the most air attack, but that's not true. Now cannons have higher air attack. Now when you look at the air attack per weight and per production cost, maybe not. And then there is this reliability penalty, which is not irrelevant. So, aren't you happy? More nerfs coming. More nerfs coming for us. How cool is that? Oh, by the way, you're writing. Sorry, missed it. Trying to improve cruiser. There I put it. Oh. I built 4 in Königsberg and 2 in Mecklenburg. Every dockyard counts. Catching up to the Royal Navy is no joke. Yeah, but I also don't want to alter too much the build. I want it to be basically the same one. You build them in... wait, no, you're talking about the facility or... you put the facility in here. Let me see, because the facility is all about supplies. And if you look at these, the supplies here are not particularly good. The supplies are much better here. You need to look at the supply remaining in the province, but also at the total supply from hubs, which is 14 here. It is 15 here, but whatever. It is 13 here. And it is only 8 here. So I think for the naval facility we're okay. So in terms of dockyards, you build a total of 6 then in Königsberg and Mecklenburg. Now, though, why Königsberg and Mecklenburg? Because I mean, I assume it's because you don't want them to be in the area where you're attacked by the Royal Navy, but here we have 80%. They do get the speed bonus from infrastructures, no? Yes, yes, they do. They do. So it's better to build them where you have infrastructures. When I build 10 dockyards, my prior is just after the sieves. That's enough time to research things and also not hinder the whole run. As I use your timings for the war. Okay, that's interesting. So you do it after the sieves. What do you think about this addition, building this stupid new building here? I really don't like it, because it takes 1 building slot, which is possibly more precious than the resources you get from it. Now, as Germany, you never run out of coal. And I don't think we can... So, because we are on limited export, I don't think we gain that much from having extra coal. Now, the steel is a bit more beneficial. The steel is a bit more beneficial for sure, and 33 steel is no joke, but 1 building slot you must always consider is the equivalent of 1 sieve, potentially. So you get 1 less sieve in the area. Which you probably do get back through trade between the 2 of them, so I guess it's fine. It's also twice the cost, I mean, it's also the price of a sieve. Nah, so if you... Nah, but... Okay, so you build them much later. Thing is, the amount of resources you get from here doesn't change that much. But okay, I guess this is a bit of an experimental thing, since we want to try new things. So I want a total of 5 new dockyards, and for the rest I would like to keep the run more or less as normal. But yeah, here we are definitely going to be late with the sieves if we do it this way. We would need to test how much these two help, so let's do that. Let's do that. Maybe we can actually do it fast and see how much of an impact it has. I'll make a save and then we'll check. Then, okay, so if we want a total of 5, I would say also 1 in here and 1 in here. And this way we get to the 5 I wanted. Possibly at the beginning, but first I want to see the impact of this thing. So let's make a save. Oh, some spoilers. Some spoilers about something I have been working on, by the way. Okay, let's test just the building for now. So wait, no, let's not build this. Let's just do that quickly. Germany has enough coal. The thing is, I believe the more you have, the more you export, so you should still get more through trade. But again, let's check, because I'm not entirely sure. So what we want to see is basically the impact on the factories we get from trade when we finish these buildings. If you don't get extra factories, then they are useless. At least at this time. Yeah, but for autarky is not a problem because you get it by capitulating the UK, so it's fine. Hello, welcome. So this is not only a navy testing, or I mean, it will be a navy testing, but it will take a while to get there. Let me warn you, because before that. Okay, boys, time to test how impactful that is. So let's assume that we don't need them for the steel and coal because we have enough. So the only reason would be to get the extra, because let me see once again, by building it we basically get extra, here we don't even get that much extra coal, but 30 steel plus 21 and 36 coal in here, that's what we are getting. The first one we're getting is this one here, so it's only 30 steel. Which is not irrelevant. If it gives us a sieve, it may be worth it. So 73, 2 from trade. Now, if you go historical, yes, that makes sense. Yeah, there is also that problem though that fucks up things a little bit. But it doesn't matter because we want to see what we get from trade. Nice, completely useless, the stupid buildings. Okay, oh, that's very good. Completely useless, awesome, nice. Okay, that solves the issue. That solves the issue. Actually, sorry boys, but let me do one thing. I just wanted to test, like, just for other runs potentially. For example, what if you were to go, free trade instead? Yeah. Wait, where are my factories? Why don't I get extra factories from trade if I go free trade? Okay, well, I'm happy like this. Fine. Fine. Okay, no stupid buildings. Oh, that makes me much happier. Now the facility, oh good morning man. The facility I'm building I don't like the air one, although the radar is kind of helpful. Not really though, not really helpful because if you want to fight the Royal Navy, there is no detection problem against the Royal Navy, though the ship modules can be useful. No, yeah, I just wanted to see if the stupid building helps with on free trade with getting extra trade ships, and it doesn't. So, okay, that building is out of the way. Now, normally I would build a couple more infrastructures to build at full efficiency in the area, and I think that part can be kept. That part can be kept. Okay, then let's do it like that then. Let's stick a bit more to the original guide. Except I would change the order in which we build these infrastructures. So it doesn't change much though, because in the end we don't use these resources. So I guess it's the same. Okay. Okay, now it's just and then the 4 sieves that we need in any case. Now the only question is about the priority, the order here. Dockyards right away. I would like to do that, but then we might be late with some focuses. Maybe we can delay a bit the facility though. $10 dockyards is a bit too much of an investment. 5 is acceptable. 10 starts to be a really navy-oriented build, and I don't love it. Okay, let's do the facility later then. Yes, because I don't think you can get the special project right away in any case. Do the facility later. Let's do then something like this. Okay, let's see. So I'm still not entirely sure about dockyards, either in this order or dockyards at the beginning, and then this priority as it follows. Of course, getting dockyards early is important, but also getting sieves early is important, because then you build the dockyards a bit faster. So both seem like wise options. The other question is, do I have something to make with these dockyards right away? I also don't know what build we are going for. Although, probably a full spam of torpedo destroyers to start with. It's also the easiest to then adjust to the various builds when we decide to test the other ones. So I think we go with torpedo destroyers, which we can in theory do almost right away. No, we train the navy and then we just make We just make the torpedo destroyer. Yeah, groups of 5, that's not wrong. Groups of 5 is a good idea in terms of dockyards. So you can have these lines of building of ships field. Yeah, okay. I think building them at the beginning could make sense if you want to invest a bit in the navy. No. Mixing is not good. We saw that. We tested that several times. Spamming only one design seems to be more beneficial, unless you go for a heavy cruiser build. And in that case, you can spam some destroyers to have some screens. But I don't know if these dockyards are enough to make a heavy cruiser build. Probably not. In any case, that's something to test later when we get to the testing scenario. I don't know, because the question is how long will it take to get this thing done? Okay, let's do this. It should be fast enough. Okay, fine. Let's do that. Let me write it down. So 3 docks in Hanover, 1 Holstein, 1 Weser. And then Mills. No, then the naval facility. Okay. Modified slide. Portugal, haha, Portugal is nice. Found the improved hulls and make it way easier, and you also need less ships. Yeah, but you need the improved hulls. So let me see that. Let's also see. So if you go improved hulls, then I would say that probably the best is to use it for a good build, so a heavy cruiser build. Thing is, when do you make them? Because this is insanely ahead of time, so you cannot have the improved hull in a decent amount of. I mean, you can probably have it for a few ships, but not for all of them. Or what do? Do you refit all of them? Because refitting is expensive. I don't know, can you even refit from basic to improve? No, you cannot refit. Doesn't make sense because that's the hull. So I'm not entirely sure about that move. I'm sure you can do it, but it starts working later in the run. And also this is a big investment. Since we're testing this run with in mind not Germany, but any country, need to make it as cheap as possible, which is why we're going for the destroyer spam and hope that it still works. Like it to still work. Okay. Train BF GU1. Did we always have this? 22. We don't have that. To do the focus for the cruisers in this sub-naval path, it's 50% reduction. A lot of miners have some naval tech, like even basic cruiser, and most have at least basic. Yeah. Most miners don't have. I mean, one could argue that you would get much higher value researching naval bombers if you have limited research. No, I mean, we will see today. I'm curious to see that too. They have not fixed it. They have improved it a bit. So if you make a submarine build, like with the special facility, the invisible subs, and you use them in the ocean, they kind of work. But regular subs will be disintegrated. But they also nerfed the Navy, and my strategies in particular. They have been watching my video and nerfing the strategies. In fact, if we find something good, I should remember to make it members only. At least they need to pay me to destroy the game. So several of the strategies that we were using have been nerfed. So now using a fleet on strike force without on no engage, do not engage, strike force no longer gives any dominance. So you need them to be at least at engage at low risk, otherwise you don't get any dominance. Yeah, actually you cannot select, as you can see. Not available for strike force missions. A strike force must always be ready to engage. So that they nerfed. They sniped nerfed that specifically from my strategy. And then the other thing they did is the strike forces should no longer engage fleets in between. So the idea of using subs to keep the Royal Navy busy probably doesn't work anymore, because when they send the strike force, they will ignore the submarines and get to our main fleet. So yeah, several nerfs. Indeed. But yeah, I don't think they thought about everything. I think I still have some tricks that I can use. Will be a step ahead. Always a step ahead, boys. Always a step ahead. In any case. Dio Art Truckstry. You could also make ships with anti-air. No, but the thing is not the air that EI has, it's the air that you have that makes the difference. Not so much to counter them. Naval bombers don't counter the enemy air, they counter the enemy fleets. Sub 5 info. What did I do wrong? Yes, I need to cancel the light tank and the basic medium. Okay. Cancel additional. Okay, now there's one thing here that I never get right. So there is a way to optimize the order in which you build these ships to finish it faster. Which one is it? In 2-3 hours, maybe, because this is not a fast run. So I may see you later. Don't get caught. So I usually just leave them default, but I don't think that's necessarily the best, or is it? I'm not entirely sure. In theory, the best would be to finish the faster ones first. Because then you get the dockyard and it's not wasted on that ship, so you build the other ones a lot faster. So I guess we should prioritize the ones that are being finished. Okay, let me write it down. Yeah, let's try to do it that way. I think it's more optimized. Okay, so finish. Okay, we're getting there, boys. We're getting there. So let's try to prioritize the ones that are finishing first. Let's put them in the right order then. So this is definitely a late one. 41 is late. This could be the first one to finish. Now we could do this one. This one. This one. And then the destroyers in theory should be faster, so. Okay, I think something like this should work. Then we also make one on convoys. And then we start making some submarines for destruction, but then we'll see if they're completely useless, we'll stop making them. And then we make full torpedo destroyers for this particular one, and then we change them when we get to the testing scenario. Is it better to do naval bombers as Germany, and with the fleet you have invade the UK before the... Yes. What, better than what, though? What is the question? But yes, definitely. With naval bombers, with Germany, you can invade the UK basically without a fleet, unless they changed it, but we are going to test it. In theory, you can invade the UK without a fleet. I think we can still achieve that easily. Okay. Now, when we are done with the setup, then I need to remember to save. So we don't do this again, at least. Let me set up rename and train. Air merge, bombers to it. Train. Navy admirals train. Okay, so once we're going to merge. Army. Let's set up the army.
Ihre Befehle. Befehle. Bereit. Angetreten. Angetreten.
I forgot which admirals we were using. Check. Herman and Cardi. Was it Herman? Let me see. Definitely. I think we're done with the initial setup, boys, finally. Yes, let's go. Though, before continuing... torpedo cruisers worth building. I had them in a test in a live stream recently, and yes, but it's quite the investment. So torpedo destroyers perform similarly, and they are much cheaper. I would probably stick to torpedo destroyers. I think light cruisers build with light attack much better. No, but maybe now yes again. So that's something we're going to test, don't worry. But no, until the latest beta patch, torpedo destroyers were the meta and much better than light cruisers. But then we'll see again. Okay, so what I wanted to test is whether we get enough stuff. So when could the sieve... Getting the sieves later could be a problem when we need to get... no, it's okay. Never mind. Let's just go. It's going to be fine. So Army or get 100 PP. And also the Navy. I forgot if I was training it constantly. I think I was training it constantly. Yeah, let's do constant training for the Navy. Then we can change it if it's not good. Okay, the airplanes, we need to merge them, and then we're sending the tactical bombers to Ethiopia, to Italy, I mean. I guess we make another save, so we don't need to do this stuff again. Dirt cheap seaplane spotter cruiser with max speed, but I'm not sure. That's useful for some stuff, but not really for fighting. How are we doing in terms of building? So we're about to get the first dock here, the second one. Okay, it's gonna take a while, but it's fine. And we pick Army org. Why are they not training? Didn't I say to... And they are repairing. Is that why? Probably that's why. Wait, we should make the new ones as soon as possible. I guess we do it when we get the free dockyard. So for now, there is no point in designing anything. Okay, that's a bit annoying. February, but it's about to be completed. Then it's fine. Now we go for my man, Todd. We also go MEF bills. Architect. Political loyalty. We go for... I forgot. We'll see later. I completely forgot. We go Hess, I believe. We go Hess. Yes, we go Hess. We go Hess. Not S. Why do we go that dude? I forgot. Yeah, because of the MIO, whatever the fuck. But Borman is better when you don't have DLCs. That's what I found out the last time. Okay, so now we can also make the designs that we'll be using for most of the run until we test the other ones, of course. Which is... So for the submarine, we go for the usual basic one that we are going to use just to distract the Royal Navy. Why is there two of them? Oh, okay. So that's 8 Navy experience, and then... $14. What if we design it from 0? Now, if I put it here, it's probably for a reason, but why? Let me check carefully. So, yeah, so here we get the minus 5% visibility. There is a minus 5% by default. Then we get the torpedo attack, which is nice, and we get the production output, which is nice. Okay. What about... this is the one for screens. This is just production output. This stuff is useless. This stuff is useless, 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 useless. Okay, not this one. And probably not this one then. So this is not for them. Okay, yeah, then it's raiding shipbuilder is correct. 14 plus 8, so 22. Navy experience. Then we add SS. So SS though, do we go submarine or again raiding shipbuilder? Because they have the same surface visibility. Going raiding shipbuilders would unlock MIO's perks a bit faster here. Though specifically for subs, this one is a bit better. But I think we are not going for a sub build, so let's invest fully in raiding shipbuilders. Yeah. Okay, okay. I like it, except these guys need to go to the... Which one is it? God damn it. Okay, the 15 one is the sub one. Okay. No, I don't think submarines are good, but again, that's something we want to test today. It's one of the things I plan to test. Okay. Wait, what's the next step? I also want to pick... Ideally, we want the Navy advisor soon, so we get some Navy experience from it. Just need to check exactly when it's a good time to take him. Okay. Now we're waiting for the event in any case. also train these guys. Some patch before totally ruined. Yeah, definitely. Completely ruined. Completely ruined. Okay, I will not. And then upgrade BF and you to F1 CA and C1. Okay, let's do that. So, but boys, do you know the planes have been nerfed too? You will see it later. F1 CA though might be even better than it was before, so that's very good. I love that. I keep setting the option not to upgrade the name, but in any case they upgrade the name, so I should just give up and stop doing that. Okay, and then on Institute price controls we need to do some other stuff which is important. Mechanical computing. Okay. Fine. How are we doing? Are we building? Not building the infras yet. Okay, this takes a bit longer than I thought, but it's fine. It's going to be fine.
Befehle. Befehle.
Wait, what's the next step? And the price controls. Yeah, okay, 2 is correct to the heavy ships, because that way we don't need to import any chromium, which is important. Why is this submarine already out? Ah, lovely. Didn't change anything, by the way, but nothing. It's exactly the same, but why? Okay, sure. Sure, waste my 9 days of production for nothing. Torpedo cruisers are not replacing submarines because they don't play the same role. Submarines were very, very good for what they... Surprisingly, submarines were super OP at what they were really OP doing, which is disintegrating the convoys of the UK and draining their fuel and supplies, and being undetectable in the early stages of the war, which is absolutely true. If you make a short research, you will see that Germany didn't lose any submarines in the early phases of the war. They were extremely successful. Only later in the war, then the technology, the sonar technology improved, and they were able to counter them. But no, Paradox decided that we cannot use them, so fine. Need to see if there is any... No, probably there is no room here because we also want war economy is up. Okay. So on price controls we go... But 30, 30, 30, 15, 30. Yeah, I'll do all but implement rations and wage. So how much political power is it? 60, 90, 120, 135. I also need to check one more thing. When do we get the Navy ones? A bit later. Okay, it must be later. No, strengthen the Kriegsmarine. Gideon. Cruiser Warfare. Okay, I see where it is. But it's still later. Okay, so now reorganize the Wehrmacht. Okay. Fine, let's go. I think though I should not have constantly trained them. I don't think we can afford that. Let's do a regular training, not a constant training. MEFO bills equal trust me, pay you back. Yeah, later, exactly. For Germany, is it better to cancel MEFO bills and still go with a 4-year plan, or just do the other plan with the gold bar? Because after the focus price control, you don't have any consumer good. No, actually, after the focus price control, you have a lot of consumer good factories. If you look at this is what people don't realize. MEFO bills right now give us minus 17% consumer good factories factor, which is very, very good. So you just need to use it correctly. The best path for Germany is definitely the 4-year plan path, as long as you can get autarky achieved around 1940. If you cannot get autarky achieved around 1940 and the run goes much longer, then you have two options. You either go from the very beginning, prioritize economic growth, which eventually becomes very good, or you still go for autarky effort and you do the MEFO cancel trick, which you can find in my historical Germany run. And that is okay, but still less optimal than what we are doing today. Okay, now on Spanish Civil War, deploy, send vol. Okay, so next thing is Spanish and the Spanish Civil War. How are we doing here? Now we're finally building the infrastructures. We lack rubber, that's true, but that's okay. We're not going to care. Okay, Civil War in Spain. So now we're going to send volunteers to any Spain, but probably Democratic Spain. Unless we can send more here. No, it's always the same. What if we deploy? Yeah, now it's 3. Okay, so we're gonna send 3 volunteers. Forgot who I was sending, but it's fine. It doesn't matter, or maybe it does. Who was I sending? Eric V.
Zuhören!
Wait, where is Eric?
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
And also we need to recruit. And here we may be a little bit later, maybe. Let's see. 24 inf. War economy at 150, okay.
Ihre Befehle.
I don't think we have a field marshal though. Yeah, we do.
Achtung.
But one thing I definitely don't want to do in this run is micro this shit. So let's just put them somewhere. Push.
Ausrücken.
We're a bit late here. We are definitely a bit late because of the dockyards. We need to see how much of an impact that has on the run. We're going to test the broken submarines again. I don't know, we can give it a look, but we'll test the basic one for now. What if the navy meta is a spam air? It is already like that, but not in terms of destroying enemy navies, just in terms of triggering naval invasions. Are there any opportunities to grind generals' experience for unaligned countries, or is it just fascist communist thing? Well, if you can send volunteers, you can. Still don't understand why Austria did not have option to accelerate tanks. Okay, let's continue.
Weiter! Weiter!
And we need to see what happens with the Anschluss. We may be late for the Anschluss, unfortunately, because and I may also do something like
Zeigt es ihnen!
I need to pay attention to them. Wait, did I get radio up? Yes, I did. So, support weapons, but wait a sec. Okay, now. Before that, we're going to get this one here. Do we need it now, though? I don't think we need it now. We definitely need it at some point, because this is very cool. But it doesn't have to be now. So now we're not using them. It's because I was going... Well, no, I was going cruiser submarine, but that doesn't... We'll do it... I think we'll do it later. Oh, war economy. Yeah, we're late with the infantry equip. Because probably at this point we would have started having some means. We're going to be even later because we still don't have the naval facility. Yeah. Okay. Something we need to sacrifice. So now we may be in trouble here. Let's see. But probably we are. No, we're not. Okay. Okay, okay. Well, that's good news, huh? That's actually very good news.
Zuhören!
Just in case.
Achtung!
The anechoic tiles, you mean? The anechoic tiles should still work if you make the build for submarines, which we are not going to make now, but later we can test it. Okay, now what do we do? The organization Todd. At what point are we there? Organization Todd in 20 days. Okay. Okay, yeah, we're going to wait for that. Okay, let's pick the organization Todd. And then we need to change the production priority a little. And this also, we could benefit a little bit from adding it here, I guess. But then it slows down. Nah, fuck it. 25 the guns, okay. Then I think it's 15. Let's leave the DO22 as it is. Now the other problem we may have is with this one, because we don't have 50 civilian factories, but we don't have Austria yet. No, it should be fine. You know what? It should be fine. We also get 2 from here. We should be in time. Hopefully. Yeah, we already got them. Okay, nice. So far, no big problem. The only issue I see here is the naval facility is a bit late. And the meals are late. So we are going to be slowed down a bit in terms of military production, which should be fine, shouldn't be too much of an impact. The naval facility is going to be late, and that could have an impact if we wanted a naval special project, which I hate, so it's probably not a big deal. The one I would make, if anything, because, you know, they are really not worth it. The effort of building this stupid facility, getting the scientists, getting the thing. The only thing we could get is the support ships, because they actually provide nice bonuses. And they are easy to get. Okay, after the answers we need to do some setup, so let me do the setup. So... was I supposed to get a faction, or they changed it? I remember getting a point, but we don't. So, okay. Then... Austria and Inf 12, okay.
Ihre Befehle?
Okay. No, fix sub trade is too early. Okay, let's do it later. Okay. And then let's definitely pick the decisive battle expert. Because this guy is nice for convoy raiding, but no, yeah, let's go definitely decisive battle expert. Maybe we can also pick the Reichsmarschall specialist soon. Yeah, and we are going to skip on improved worker condition. I think we can manage without it. Now we got the faction point, okay. Where was it? Expand our armor. I mean, we can still pick improve worker conditions. I'm just not entirely sure it's needed, but no, I don't think it is. So it's 94%, but we're going to lose a bit more because we're going to pick these two. So we're going to lose another 5%. It stays at 89, and then I believe it increases thanks to something that these dudes do. I mean, later on we get Goebbels. With Goebbels it definitely increases. Yeah, it's a waste. Okay, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Instead we do the implement rations and wage a bit later. In fact, we do it now. We got another faction point. But can I become the spy master? No, because I don't have the... I need the intelligence agency. When was I making the intelligence agency? Where do we get it? I completely forgot. No, we must be making it at some point. It's definitely not a priority right now, so we can do it later. The 8 agency, okay, it's later. Fine, let's continue. You know what? Now that they nerf planes, these C1, no, the F1 early is going to be very good. I feel it's probably actually we can already test maybe. No, because we only have the light machine guns. The cannons too are definitely better than light machine guns. But now they may be better than light MG, which is crazy. But okay, we're pretty happy at the moment. Land, build, SPG. Okay, let me check what was the SPG build. And assault infantry, well, it's the usual stuff.
Ihre Befehle!
How are we doing in terms of military production here? A bit late with everything. Yeah, because we still have the freaking facility being built. That fucking facility is the biggest issue. That's the real big investment here. definitely late with the meals production. It's going to probably be fine, but that's annoying.
Angetreten.
It's crazy if you think that as Germany it's annoying to build a facility. You can imagine how it is for minor countries. It's crazy. Now it's time for Goebbels.
Zuhören.
We have a lot of political power. Why do we have so much political power? We're keeping some for the potential event in Spain that we are not getting. And then optimize Reich service, yes, which is being done now. Okay, but this one we're going to use 100, so I guess it makes sense. And then we also have more because we didn't do improve worker conditions. Okay, so here we go for, I think we go for Spear. I'm never very happy about this one because when you switch, he starts again from 0. And then he becomes very good when you get to this point because you get the extra output, 10% dockyard and factory output, which is good, so we are going to go for him. It's sad because you lose the military factory construction speed and you also lose the max factory in state +1. Though no, you do keep some military factory construction speed, I think, because it's just a generic construction speed. I guess it's fine. So Albert Speer. Speer is definitely better the longer you continue. Ah, the first one is already completed at least. We are getting murdered here. Are we doing the right thing? Should we maybe push somewhere else? Oh, finally the facility. Okay. Alright, we already have the scientist. Okay. I didn't check the other one. So, of course, we don't have the breakthrough point because we also don't have... that's the other reason to get it early was that one. So, definitely, if you wanted to do a submarine build, this would not be enough. You would need to make it to make the facility much earlier. But again, that submarine build probably doesn't work anymore, so there is not much point in making it. And if you don't make a submarine build, then what's the point in making these? You could be making super heavy battleships, but that would not be a very good idea. You could be making torpedo cruisers, and that could be a good idea. It's something to test. And I think that's the easy one, you could be making support ships, which are always helpful. Now the question is, are they worth the effort of getting the facility? Probably not. You could still be making some torpedo cruisers later on. Or you could be making an air facility and build radars instead, and probably that would be better, I don't know. Either way. Okay, but at this point, what am I waiting for here? And also the air spirit. Let's do the air spirit. Okay. Yeah, swap to spear, yes. And we do have political power that we don't need, though. So maybe we should have done the improve worker conditions. What are we doing with this political power? Nothing. Could also be doing anti-democratic raids, but nah. Those damages the output, actually. So maybe not. Temporarily, of course, but it's not ideal. I guess maybe. Okay, then maybe a couple of anti-democratic raids could be helpful. Why not? Then of course, we need to keep 100 for this one here, but it's only 100, so we don't need that much. Then we could have done it a bit earlier, though. Unless I'm missing something important here. Let's check. I don't want to be missing anything important. Do we need any of these guys? Maybe yes, actually, yeah. Why don't we get the... Yeah, why don't we get the right Minister for Labor? It does damage stability again. But the production efficiency grow base output is very, very nice. Yeah, right Minister for Labor. Why was I not getting it? When am I getting him? Where is he? Much later. Why so much later? No, I don't like that. No, we're going to get him now. Okay. And in terms of Navy, I don't think there is anything that is particularly worth getting now. Then of course we will need night fighting. But this stuff is better chosen when we do the Navy test. So we actually decide what to do. And selective engagement is also very good. But night fighting makes the most sense, probably. I really like naval refit yards, so I would like to swap. Let's see how much we have spare, because I would like to swap to fleet in being. Trade interdiction is not really good, especially now that submarine sucks. Suck. Oh, and also one thing though, one thing that I may have forgot. Okay. Yeah, let me see. Are we late? We can still kind of fix it. This one is actually good though. Okay, after this one we need to go for some navy-oriented focuses. Not much, but I do want a few of these ones. And we'll see which ones exactly. So these are also very good. I will need to sacrifice something. Let's see what Navy ones are worth getting. So this one is probably nice because another 2 dockyards fairly early. It's nice. Then this one is really bad. This one we don't really need. We could just put in this one then. This one is too long, it makes the Bismarck, so no, we don't go for this one. On this side though, you could be getting another 2 dockyards quite quickly. And then you get the discount for cruisers, so if you wanted to make the improved cruisers, then this would be the way to go. And you also give Eric Reed the positioning 25%. Isn't he the one we're using on the main fleet? No? Okay, which one is he? This one. It doesn't have any trades. Then I'm not sure. No, I'm pretty sure about this one because an extra 2 dockyards. Actually, this one maybe we could have done earlier. Not sure exactly when. Definitely after the Anschluss, I would say. Maybe right after the Anschluss, though. No, after Goebbels. So no, maybe at this right now we could have done it, and we can still do it. Come on, we lose only 8 days. Strengthen the Kriegsmarine. So in principle, I would stick to only this one now. Because then again, if you go this one, you don't get anything, no? Mastery for trade interdiction, which is bad. We don't like it. And then that dude becomes available as Chief of Navy, and he's really good for convoy raiding, but convoy raiding now is not as good. Then, of course, if you go for the historical submarine build, then yes, but otherwise no. And then what do you get? You get this one, which is another 35 days for 2 dockyards, which I like. And I also like the discounts for cruiser models. So this is a good one. And you also get the light gun heat chance plus 5%. So this one is very good if you go for a light or heavy cruiser build. So maybe we should try to put it in our build at some point. And Karl Donitz gets bold, which is very nice, but you need to be at war, so you can get this only later. And then what else? Nothing particularly good, honestly. What this stuff? Naval range, not particularly good. No, nothing particularly good. So this one, yes. And then these two, possibly. You get 2 discounts for cruiser models, but you only need 1. So these two, yeah, let's try. It's only 70 days in total. Let's try to get them, but maybe not right now. So we go this one. Then we go this one. We go establish and accelerate. Accelerate, establish, concentrated, because these are all good. Then Sudetenland is always good, I think. Expanding the Luftwaffe, and then later we may have another moment in which we can add the extra 2. But I wouldn't do it definitely before the fate of Czechoslovakia. That's too important for the industry. Okay, fine. Let's continue. Let's maybe make a save here. Okay.
Befehle?
Okay, this always yes. Yeah, I'm not unhappy with our naval production. We basically have 20 dockyards at this point. And that's decent, but not crazy. Okay. Okay, now we also want to fix... let me do that. this point, or how far are we from getting this? Not yet, we're very close. Okay, then we do it at that point. Okay. No, not yet, sorry. Yeah, now we definitely need it. 10 days, it's fine. Let's do 10 days. Oh, I completely forgot. We are doing Daimler-Benz, I assume. I believe. Did I forget about this one? No, we just got it, probably. I don't think I saved it. Okay, let's do it. There are a few MIOs that probably I didn't save, especially as Germany. Okay, so... yeah, speed is always more important. Mine laying is completely useless. This is only for submarines, so no. So this one is only for cruisers though, which we are not using right now, but we still go for it. Then in any case you need the other one too. Then this is the most important one. And this one is also very important. Then this one here. Okay, then let's see if there is anything else we can get, because this one we can get. These two we may be able to get only if we do the U-boat efforts, so probably not. In here we can still get this one. This one for cruiser is nice, but we need cruiser warfare, so we can go this one here. We can go this one here and it should be fine. Okay. And this is rating. Right. I'm always a bit confused as to how this thing works, but yeah. And then, so this one is bad. That's the interesting thing. The assault gun is bad for SPGs, despite being the specific one for SPGs. No, the infantry tank is probably the best, though. Not the Daimler-Benz. Let me check quickly, but... So this one is the best for production, but as Germany, don't need it that much. So in terms of maximizing soft attack, let's check. So it's 2%... it's an easy answer, I guess. 5, 6, 7, 7... Insane production. Yeah, 7% soft attack is not great. While in here it's definitely more, because we get 5, 3, 5. And that's probably it. I only have the multi-role tank, which is... okay, not that one. Yeah, I think it's infantry tank that we're going for. Then of course there is MAN, but MAN doesn't have any soft attack, so that's not great. Yeah, so definitely not MAN. The choice here is between the infantry tank and standardized production. I think I was doing standardized production though in the past, which means if we don't do it, we might end up with a bit of a deficit in terms of production efficiency. Because it's quite insane the production you get here. But you also sacrifice a lot of soft attack. What do we say? Now, considering the fact that the run is... we are a bit late with military factories, it would probably make sense to go standardized production to have more produced. But I think we can still go for the infantry tank designer. In the end, you do get some nice efficiency here too. And you get some more soft attack from here too. Okay, let's do infantry tank. Okay, now on optimize Reich service, we need to see what we are building and where. We are building this area still. Okay, then we do develop Western Germany. Okay, now we have a bit of a problem with the refineries now. I don't know if we are going to sacrifice the refineries a little bit. Because technically what I was doing now is building 2 refineries in each 100% province. No, okay, we can do that. Okay, let me do that. Okay. And then... okay, we got it. Yeah, this is correct. Then we need to recruit some stuff here.
Zuhören.
Okay. What do they want from my life? God, I have this one. Though this is not entirely correct, is it? Let me check. Something miss. Yeah, because it's Germany, it's a bit different. So we need to... no, we need to do it again. All of them. Okay, this one should be the standard one. What's wrong in here? Is anything wrong in here? No, because we need that thing. This one is okay. No, okay, this one is fine. Fuck it. But this one is wrong because we need, we want to get this one sooner. I need to do everything again to do that. Oh, well, I'm not entirely sure I feel like doing it. Let's solve the problem this way. Okay, then relations with Japan. Right, we need to send the attaché. We'll be late with the attaché, but it's okay. We don't need the experience, so we'll be late. We need to adjust this part a little bit. I am not entirely sure about our choice with the improved worker condition, because having another 15%, 10% improve work stability could help. I know later on this get fixed. I mean, already in 140 days we are going to get popularity of fascism and stability, and also party popularity stability modifier, so most likely we're going to fix the issue almost entirely just with that. But either way, we want to send volunteers. Okay, 5, 5, 2.
Befehle! Angetreten! Ihre Befehle?
Somebody didn't go.
Angetreten.
Okay.
Los, los, los!
I'm changing something in the spreadsheet now. Just give me a second. Okay, so attaché to Japan will be the next step, but first we want to also get developed Central Germany actually. It's okay to be a bit late with the attaché because we don't really have an issue with army experience and air experience, so it's going to be fine. We were a bit late with the flame tank. I'm not sure why though.
Befehle? Ihre Befehle! Befehle! Bereit zum Ausrücken! Angetreten! Zuhören! Zuhören!
Where did the other ones go? Ah, they're not here yet. They're not here. Is it worth doing develop Central Germany? Let's see. Brandenburg, Sachsen, Thüringen, Ostmark. Ostmark is not particularly worth it. Okay. It does also give us an extra building slot, which is nice. Yeah, okay, no, it's worth it.
Zuhören! Befehle! Zuhören!
Okay, this is not significantly different as Germany, fortunately. We're completely out of fuel, which is a bit annoying, but I'm not going to fix that problem. We're out of fuel mostly because these guys are constantly training, despite the fact that in the end I didn't put them on constant training. But yeah, I guess because we produce enough new ones quickly. It's okay, because we're getting a lot of experience, that's fine. Now, is it time to reduce the infantry equip production? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We're going to create the agency, and we are going to change the production now. What the fuck? Ah, this is the shitty new DLC. The fuck is this shit? The fuck? I sure hope it's not fucked. Now, do we need the 5 upgrades though? I don't think we do. Or do we? Let me check one thing with the faction. We need 3 upgrades to become Spy Master. Okay, then I guess we do.
Befehle. Angetreten. Bereit. Bereit. Bereit.
Oh man, what? Oh, no, okay, this is the shitty one.
Bereit.
Okay, so as of now, I would definitely do the support ships.
Befehle.
At some point here, we also need to put in this one, but maybe not now.
Bereit.
Are we still doing something meaningful here?
Angetreten.
Kind of, surprisingly. Okay, it's all good, it's all good. Shitty event doesn't change anything, thank God.
So our Prime Minister has come back from his third and greatest journey, and he said that the settlement of the Czechoslovakian province has now been achieved.
Okay, the stability is now back at 100%, so it's that window, a few months in between. Okay, let's say we don't need it, maybe.
May find peace.
We will need to use some Navy experience at some point, or
The German
we risk capping it.
Bereit.
Here is the paper,
These guys are being murdered here.
his name upon it as well as mine.
Let's plan it a bit more carefully.
Some of you perhaps have already heard
What do we do with the political power at this point? We probably save it, or we get the Reich Minister for Foreign Affairs. Do we need him now? No, not now.
Anglo-German relations is of the first importance for the
I was getting a Reich security, but we don't need the Reich security.
last night.
We don't need the Reich security.
Anglo-German naval agreement as symbolic of the desire of our two peoples never to go to war with one another again.
We don't need this guy. We'll have an empty slot later on because this one is lost when we start the war. We can use the raids, if anything. Maybe now we can use the raids.
And we are determined to continue our efforts to remove possible sources of difference and thus to contribute to assure the peace of Europe.
Let me check if there is anything else important we were doing with political power later on. Well, I mean, there is the Blitzkrieg Theorist, there is Infantry Expert, Close Air Expert, Armor Genius, but I don't think we'll have any issues with political power, so we can afford to do some anti-democratic raids. We'll increase the stability for later.
Ihre Befehle.
Now, in terms of the spies, at this point, we would be spying the US and the UK. We're going to spy the UK. Probably we're not going to spy the US. Because it's not the priority in this round. Yeah, I forgot what the fuck is the maximum. What is the support value and the maximum support effect? What does it even mean? I don't know. For now, we'll do the balance because I can't remember what they do. Need to be a little bit careful here because we'll need a lot of army experience soon. Yeah, let's save army experience now. And research-wise, okay, we are close to the tanks. Everything is pretty much in line. We're basically where we should be, except for the fact that we completely lack fuel, but other than that, we're doing good. Okay, now we can also get the shit in here. So we will get the insane amount of spies, which is always fun to see. What are we doing here? Nothing. Well, nothing is pretty cool. Nothing is one of my favorite things to do.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ihre Befehle. Achtung. Angetreten.
Okay, so now we have everything to make the SPGs. We were timing it more or less right with this one. We are also behind like 10 days. So it's like 20 days. You were playing Trotsky's Mexico. Space Marines couldn't get any supplies in my home and weren't able to train. Do you know any fix to that? In my home territory and weren't able to train. It's hard to tell. I mean, home territory where? And Mexico is terrible for supplies, so maybe they just had too much supply use. That's a possibility.
Auf geht's.
No, right, we need to do this one. Okay, let's do this one. So I would say... Oh, I mean, this is a German stuff specifically, and okay, we'll get it, but... we'll get it immediately, but then I would say this one... It's quite a lot of soft attack that you get in here, for sure. But then again, we also need the production efficiency, so maybe the safest thing to do is something like this, and then we go here. This one is much less useful. Reliability should be okay. We do need some speed, probably. Breakthrough is also okay, I'm not sure. Probably something like this. This is not multi-roll, this is E. We need auto trade so bad, boys, so bad. This is so stupid. Okay. Oh, I don't have a CAS? Oh, really? I've never done the CAS one. Okay, let's do the CAS one then. So, CAS. What do here? We maximize always ground attack. This is 10, 5, 10, definitely yes. I mean, there is a production efficiency gain, but I think ground attack is more important here. 5, 5. Yes. No, no. Oh, okay, this is different now. There is some new shit. Bohemia and Slovakia, let's see what happens then. You gain... so if you put Bohemia and Slovakia both as puppets, you get 10% war support, 10 political power, and the compliance is at 55%. If you just put the Slovakia as a puppet, you get 10 you don't get 10 political power, you get compliance at 50 instead of 55. Oh wait, now if you take all of Czechoslovakia, you still get compliance at 50%. I wonder if it's better than at this point. Because it used to be better to set up Slovakia as a puppet state because of the compliance, but compliance is not a factor. Political power, we don't care. I want to run a couple of tests. Let me save it properly. So let's do a few tests here in terms of factories mostly. 156. Let's take everything. 171. But the compliance is not at 50% here. It's only here at 50%, okay. 171 like this, okay. Now let's try... But this doesn't make any sense, but let's do it. Of course, obviously this is a bad idea. You get Hungary in the Axis. No, thank you. Happier without Hungary in the Axis. Now let's try Slovakia as a puppet. Okay, so here you go 170, so you just lose 1. Same level of compliance. But you don't need to garrison this area and so on. And they probably keep building. What kind of puppet is it? It's a Reichsprotectorate. I want to see one thing. If I release these guys as a puppet, what kind of puppet are they? The same kind of, okay. Meaning we get part of their civilian industry. Okay. And now let's do Bohemia and Slovakia both as puppets. And then you can also do this. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I don't understand anything, basically, but civilian industry to target country means they give me that civilian industry, I assume. I don't understand the difference. The buffs are the same. Who adds Reichsprotectorate? Me or them? Them. I think this is about them, no? So they get that dude, Reichsprotector, which is exactly the same. There must be a difference somewhere. Autonomy gain, -15, -5. It's the same thing. It's just a different leader. Well, let's say they need a German officer and then see what happens. So this way you get 160, which is the lowest amount. I say we annex them fully. All of Czechoslovakia, and we take the extra factory, and we take the resistance in here. We can definitely manage it. Okay, now. Yeah, let's also get this guy, it doesn't matter, like Minister of Foreign Affairs. Yeah, we're not there yet. I would like to tell you, but we are still... because I'm testing other stuff. I'm not just testing that. I'm also working on updating Germany. finding the optimal build. No, I'm happy with the production that we set up in terms of the Navy. I think we're going to get a fairly decent Navy by the time we need it. So that's nice. But we haven't done any testing yet. Wait, what's the cap? 500. Okay, we need to get some. We need to use some Navy experience at this point. Then. Okay, now it's where we go for. Yes, let's get trade interdiction and cruiser warfare. Okay, then we also need to do some other stuff though. First we take motorization drive, then...
Befehle.
Let's see if we can send a few more volunteers. By the way, we're getting completely screwed here. Okay, one more. But I will actually remove one thing. Let me...
Angetreten.
No, this is for regular right now, but you could probably adapt it to historical. It's a bit in between my regular and historical German builds, so it probably can be applied to both. Okay, design SPG. Let's do it. So, wait, I forgot which one we're doing. We are doing a 9-4, I believe. Let me check. Yeah, you know what? We could do the flame tank trick, maybe. You see? We don't have the flame tank. Days. Okay, well, our army experience is really not an issue, so let's not do the trick. It is pretty bad here. It's going to be okay. I was doing a 7-4. 7-4 Christie, okay. Okay. Can work. Okay, fine. Wait, both F1 and C1 to 10, okay. Everything in here. Break rate 9 arm. Okay. And then we adjust arm. No, 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 no. No. Well, at least they haven't nerfed the SPGs yet. I'm sure that nerf is coming, but... F... Yeah, I should also write 4, 8, 8, 10. Okay, and we lock the flame tank, which we will add later. And I'm also considering adding, going for the armored recon maybe. Not strictly needed, honestly though. Nah, it's okay. You really don't need it. Okay, we also want to train the... no, later on when we deploy them, we train them. Okay, yeah, let's do that. So for now, we can still ignore the lack of fuel.
Achtung!
No, but yeah, but we cannot waste any more Navy experience. Let's do the... Can we afford to switch? Because I don't like trade interdiction, but that's 100, right? But 100 to go fleet in being, and then we need torpedo primacy, so 200. We need fleet operation 300. Okay, then we need night fighting 350. Ideally the naval refit yards, but we can get that later. And in here now we also need line of battle 400, but we should get back to that. And this is the most useless one. But I guess we can go for a mass carrier fleet, but it's not that mandatory. Okay, let's do the Navy builder then. Navy build, let me see if it is the correct one. I wrote invisibility build, no, that's not what I want. I want the night attack build, probably, but again, we can test them. Okay, so fleet in being, torpedo primacy, night fighting, okay, I'll also get the naval refit yards because that's helpful now, and then later the line of battle. That's good. Yeah, okay, that's good. Well, I hope I'm not forgetting anything. I have the feeling I'm forgetting something. But... And up to now, we're just saving for the various advisors, although there is no reason not to pick the infantry expert now, for example. Okay, finally the tank. This is also very important. Okay, for the tanker, what was I doing? Flame 6-0 Christie, okay. Let's do a 7-0, I don't trust a 6-0. I wanted to slow down my army. Is one enough, really? I hope so.
Befehle.
So this thing, wasn't it supposed to be mine once? Wasn't it part of Slovakia? Don't know how it works. What is this shit? This is the naval bomber one. Definitely haven't done it. Is the new navy update? What is the new navy update? Let me tell you. So in the open beta, in the last open beta, they changed the naval AI. Better technology use, reinforcing the fleets more effectively. Repairing better and responding to attacks more quickly. And then they also changed let's see, now I lost it, but somewhere they said they are going to ignore certain fights and so on, but various shitty things that buffs the AI navy. And also they made it so that if you set your strike force, if you have a fleet on strike force, it can no longer have do not engage. The AI will ignore submarines, so they shouldn't be affected by them or slowed down by the submarines anymore. But bunch of shit like that. Even worse, yes, of course. And we're not done. But you know, guys, why the Navy is worse? Because people started complaining that the Navy is broken after the no compromise, no surrender. So Paradox understood it as, okay, the AI Navy doesn't perform well enough, which is actually true. If you have a very good navy, if you build a good navy in the game, the AI is scared of you and does not engage you. Which, by the way, I don't think they will change, because they shouldn't change it, because it makes sense that the AI is scared of you. If they don't avoid engaging you, then you will just wipe them. So Paradox is somehow trying to make the AI navy more engagey, so they will engage you more and more effectively. They will build a more powerful navy. And of course the result is that minor countries are completely screwed, and the little chances they had to build a navy are completely gone. So yeah, that's basically what's happening. Going for planes is the answer, and we are going to test that in this run. And my hope is, again, I hate the Navy, and I hate the way they made it, so the best way to use the Navy is not to use the Navy, always. But I also want to see what works the best, and I want to have a save that allows us to run some tests, since the old one was broken by Paradox. I needed a new one, and since we're at it, I also wanted to optimize the strategy a little bit for Germany, and make it more Navy viable in general, so that's what we are doing. Okay, so let's, speaking of Navy, let's check this shit. So naval attack and naval targeting is basically all we care about here. Okay. So we want to go here, here, here. No, it's not Cass. It's shit. What are we doing in terms of buildings? Okay, we're building more. We're starting to build the refineries now. Our Spanish volunteers are in big trouble. Okay, let's also get the other one. Where was it? Yeah, cruiser warfare. No, why torpedoes weren't... Wait a second here. Naval bomb. Yeah, no, precision naval bombing we do. Because even though we lose the naval attack on naval bombers, we gain the naval targeting on all of the casks, which is better. Yeah. Absolutely, man. I have been saying that forever. The real fix would be... okay, make us have to cap the UK. I'm okay with that. Even put some conditions that... well, either you have a white peace option that if neither the UK nor you can invade each other, you go into a white peace. In my opinion, it would make sense. But I would also be okay with some sort of condition like... if, as one of the European powers, you control the Mediterranean entirely, so you control all of North Africa, then you will get a white peace, and you get to retain the countries you occupied, like France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and so on, but you don't get to annex the puppets and so on. Or even if they want to make it even worse, okay, make us cap the UK, but then don't force us to go all the way to the United States, and when that happens... Chile is in the war and so on, and it becomes a major, and fucking Brazil. That doesn't make any sense. I think it's fair to assume that if the UK capitulated in World War II and the Axis securely controlled all of the Mediterranean, I don't think the United States had the option to naval invade, because without a base, how can the US invade Europe? So they could have gone for a white peace, and that would make sense, and it would make the African theater more meaningful and interesting. But I said this to Paradox, they didn't listen, so I guess they have other ideas. It's okay. Oh, this is interesting, but I don't need it. How are we doing in Japan? It's a big mess. Nice. How are we doing production-wise? Okay, very good.
Achtung! Befehle.
Never get any good trades.
Angetreten.
Why are you going there? I didn't tell you to go there.
Angetreten.
Okay, nice. Now we need to go expanding the Luftwaffe. What's the problem here? Just take it.
Vorwärts, Männer.
Now the only thing we need to kind of time carefully is this one here. We absolutely need it. We will use the discount, so it's only 103 days. But this is very important, so we need it. I don't think we're going to get any of the other ones. For the time being.
Ihre Befehle.
Wait, what do I need to do? I don't understand this shit, but okay. Let's just be careful not to push too much. Okay, that's not the Japanese. Okay, fine.
Ihre Befehle? Suchen Deckung. Zuhören.
Don't think there is anything better than instilled aggression here.
Ihre Befehle? Befehle!
Cannot get Nanjing? No, definitely not. Okay, we should definitely get the other ones here though. So what are we getting? We're getting the... So we need to keep this, the Armor Genius and Blitzkrieg Theorist for a bit later. And that's more than 300 political power, but I think we can definitely get the Close Air Expert. I don't have any Close Air Expert. Because we need dive bombers for that, which is the next one. Okay, never mind then. Oh wait, this was supposed to have a discount. I think. Yes, it was supposed to have a discount. Not, it's this discount I was supposed to have. Okay. So we need to remove that improved small airframe from where it was. And instead we're going to put the magnetic detonation when we have the discount, which we don't have right now. Okay, we need to rearrange stuff a little bit here, and yeah, we're gonna have a little problem. What is this shit? Come on, I don't need this shit. And I need to cancel this one though. Why can I not? And also, we want to deploy and train these guys soon. Like right now, I'd say.
Befehle.
Yeah, we messed up the research priority a bit here. Now is when we would like to have the research for the improved small airframe. And I think it would be timed correctly, but it needs to be checked. What is this shit? Yeah, okay, well, whatever. Yeah, 91 days, it may be even too fast, so maybe we have something else in between, but it could be okay. Okay. Okay, so now we go for the... No, not yet, wait. Adopt new Panzer Doctrine. Okay. It's fine, we're good. Oh, we lost one. No, that's bad. It's really bad.
Ihre Befehle.
Ah, lovely. Pushed everything except for Nanjing here. Yeah, sad that we messed up a bit the research priority. We'll need another one to fix it perfectly, but it's more or less okay, I think.
Zuhören.
No, Spain. Okay, so now we deploy and train everything. So now it's time to import oil. Yeah, I think we need 10, probably. So maybe we can skip the, because we'll need to skip something here. The discount is nice, though. In compared to the regular run, we have 35, 35, 35. So 170 and 135 focuses too long. So what do we skip? Well, I'd say combined arms is very important because of the air superiority bonus in combat, which is great. Oh, not there yet. But the build is working. I mean, the dockyard building dockyards early, we get a total of 21 in the end. That part is good. That part is good. So, at least we are there. And we are getting everything in time, and we have probably will have a fairly decent fleet in the end. Now, my bigger problem right now is I need to replace these 3 focuses with something else to stay in the timing, and I don't know what to remove. So we were doing the Panzer Troop School is possibly something we can skip, because in the end it's only the organization loss when moving, so we can delay it, not skip it. But Advanced Panzer and the Combined Arms I wouldn't skip because they are very good. So let's do Advanced Panzer. While this one will probably go after Danziger War. Have you done the improved cruisers or anything, or are you just doing normal? No improved cruisers because I don't like the idea. But then, again, you could probably now go for them. Yeah, now you could definitely go for them. But it's a bit late. You could have gone for them a little bit earlier for sure, if you prioritize that focus a bit more. But I'm not fully convinced to buy it, so for now we're not going to do it. What's so much better about the improved one other than the engine? HP, 10 more HP, 2 more knot speed. Same visibility, a bit more manpower. You know, it doesn't seem that significantly better, honestly, but yeah, maybe yes, maybe yes. We are going to switch to extensive conscription at some point. In fact, I think definitely we're going to do that. What happened to this guy? Oh, forced into hiding. Ah, true. Now the spies are less likely to be caught and more likely to be forced into hiding. True. I forgot about that thing. That's actually not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. A good change? We crazy? That doesn't seem like Paradox. Okay. So. That's unbelievable. That's really unbelievable. Yeah, but 2 knots speed. I mean, speed is always good, but 2 knots. Don't know. Well, we are not going to use these guys, but just in case, if we ever want to test them, I'll get the doctrine for them. How are we doing with fuel? Not good. Definitely not good. Not good. We need more fuel. Okay, so we need to import even more fuel. 15, but then we cannot build anything anymore. Okay, 15 is fine. Well, now we need this. Yeah, it's completely messed up, the order there, which is a bit sad, but okay. And then I don't know about these repair ships and support ships, but I think we should make them. So let's make them. No. 1 support, 1 repair. And I think 1 dockyard each is enough. They're very cheap. Can we get the armor genius? Not yet. Yeah, okay. And what about the last one here? Ah, the closer support expert. I didn't take him. Okay. So of course if we were making collabs at this point, if we were making collabs, we would have less factories available because of the stupid collabs. We could probably make just one collab since now they have been nerfed terribly anyway. Why are these people no longer joining the fleet that I tell them to join? Nobody knows. Nobody fucking knows.
Zuhören. Bereit?
Okay. With improved cruiser hull, you get even 35 knots compared to basic, where you can barely just get 30 if you sacrifice a lot, and it's a significant enough speed increase that it already makes a difference. With the fast battleship doctrine, now let me see that, because I'm also very much not convinced by that. No, wait. What do you mean the fast battleship doctrine? The fast battleship doctrine doesn't give you any speed. Or is it somebody else that you're referring to with fast battleship? No, I don't. Ah, no, wait. Ah, okay, max speed. Here you get. No, when do you get it? Wait, what? Ah, here. Okay. Yeah, but you're never getting. You're never getting this one. Considering you never get never get any mastery. No, there is no point. You should always pick line of battle. It's too OP not to pick it. Unless they change mastery, which would be awesome, but I don't think they did. Okay, now the nerfed heavy MGs. Let's see if they are still better or not. Possibly not. At some point we will also need let's do it on yeah, okay. It's more or less fine.
Angetreten.
Yeah, but why do you do fast battleships? Because you're never getting those perks. And you do the new school. What is the new school? No, why? No, okay, this one you can get. Yeah, okay, this kind of makes sense. Yeah, if you don't go. Although night attack is probably still better, but the first one you can possibly get. And at least there is a 10% light attack. It's not great, but it's better than nothing. If you do a light cruiser build, it could make sense, but the default one is terrible. I don't know, man. Difficult to justify. It is the only thing that gives you light attack, but... yeah, but 2 is still not enough to get the speed from fast battle. With fast battleships, if you get 2, you get organization on battle cruisers, heavy cruisers, which you don't use. And you get light attack on battle cruisers and battleships, which you don't use. So it doesn't make much sense. Even if you get 2 of them, you will never get this one. So fast battleships, definitely not. The other one, I don't know, because torpedo primacy also unlocks the night fighting, which is great in any case. So probably not. Probably not.
Ihre Befehle?
Now, are we behind with the production? Yes. Maybe. I don't know. We're pretty much there, but maybe 1 refinery would have been enough. I don't know.
Achtung!
Yeah, let's not take extensive conscription now, because we need that. We still need the training. We're going to be significantly late with the planes, but okay. Why do I have some man? I haven't been doing anything with man. Okay, yeah, the flame tank 1 was enough. That's good. Oh, here we only have absolutely useless stuff or not? I guess the ship recovery rate, maybe. Also, the chance to receive a critical hit minus 10% could be okay. Yeah, maybe. Let's go generalized support. Or we could also go light task forces, but not now. So generalized support probably for the received critical hit reduction. And this could also be decent if you ever get it, which you don't. I love how Paradox is very fast at nerfing stuff like the plane. No, not fast, but eager to nerf. But they don't buff the mastery. I mean, it's obvious that the mastery you get is not enough.
Ihre Befehle?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Ihre Befehle?
Now, this one we can maybe delay. What else was I doing? Because so far we only delayed a 35-day focus. We need to delay 2 more. Install HOI4. Okay. Establish the Reichswerke. Where is establish the Reichswerke? Do we really need this one though? I don't think we do. No, we don't need this one. Let's remove it, establish the Reichswerke. And okay, let's remove this one too then. Okay, if we do that, we are already in time, and maybe then, yes, then we can do this one. Light task forces is my second choice after the standard one. In my very limited experience, I found repair ships can take huge amounts of time of repairing your big ships. No, but repair ships are dumb. They don't actually repair ships. Repair ships... It's funny because they chose the name in a perfect way, but repair ships don't repair ships. They offer a buff to ships instead. But I don't think we have any yet, so we cannot see it, probably. When we get them somewhere that I don't remember, we can see what they do. But I don't remember where, so we'll see it later.
Ihre Befehle?
Okay. So let me see how late we are. In theory, this research should have been completed more or less around this time, and it would have given us the better planes. But we are late, so we're not gonna get the better planes right now, and it's okay.
Achtung!
Yeah, it should be right. I should have counted correctly here. And actually, the armored support vehicle production cost discount is not terrible. We could even go but we don't need to. The stability penalty modifier could be nice, because this is now useless. We can switch to... Yeah, to this one. So there's nothing else. Nah, I forgot the heavy bombs. Guys, I'm making a mess with the research priority here. Like, real mess. I don't know when, but I forgot it. Oh, sad, but okay. What matters most is that we are doing good with everything. So armored support vehicles, we could have used a few more. But...
Achtung!
Okay, these guys are trained. What the fuck is... Now, it is true that if I did not mess up the research priority, right now we would be making the new planes, so that's something to consider. At this point though, if we don't have... Oh, okay, finally we got the first ones. Where did we see what they do? I completely forgot. Never knew about the existence of this thing. Oh. I don't think I want to know about it. I'm happy not knowing what it does. But where is the effect of the freaking ships here? It was here. Ah, no, here. Okay, it's here, it's here, it's here. Here you can see what they do. So the naval repair support gives that stuff, and the naval and the there is 2 support values from there, 1 from each type of ship. And when we get enough, which we don't have yet, but I wonder if we should put it at 2 then, the production though, or are we going to get enough? Maybe we should set them at 2. Or maybe not. I don't know. Skip them at 1 for now. Could do a world conquest and would... it's probably the UK is the fastest for world conquests. Broken fascist UK should be the fastest. Maybe the other option would have been Japan, but not anymore because they nerfed it by making it non-aligned. So yeah, I probably do the UK. I don't know the fastest, but the UK is very fast. Then I mean, if you want to, there are speed runs where you power drop cheese stuff and you can do it fast. Who is worse than the British? By the way, we also need to change the Pride of the Fleet later on because that one is bad. Okay. Good news is we're almost ready for some actual testing. No, Italy, no. Okay, so 70 days to the war on Poland. Why is Lithuania guaranteeing them? The game is broken because we reloaded. Okay. Oh, by the way, Paradox. How about fixing that too? It would be nice to have the, the ability to reload the games sometimes. But okay, sure. Okay, now let's do this a bit more carefully. Oh, I didn't promote them. I should have done it a bit early.
Achtung!
So, who do we promote here? Wait, these guys are ready. How is France B? Where is France? Wait, did they nerf Dr. No, it wasn't Dr. Lothar. Where is France B? Ah, here. So for how long is it? 100 days. Yeah, a bit later would have been better, but okay.
All right.
Well, let's see what's the best choice we have available here. Didn't get any trades, this idiot. He doesn't have the best ones, but... Heinz.
Zuhören. Zuhören.
I feel bold. We go for a spearhead. Go for a freaking spearhead. Revoked, okay.
Angetreten.
Okay then, okay.
Bereit.
Completely forgot. Okay, let me see. Default fra Paul system. Okay.
Zuhören. Bereit. Ihre Befehle. Zuhören. Befehle. Achtung.
There are some people I have never seen in here, but it's fine.
Zuhören.
Why Manstein? He has good planning though, that's true. Yeah, but that's random. Now, he has good planning. That is very true. But he doesn't have Panzer Leader. And he already has too many trades. He's a bit better. Organizer. Okay, yeah, let's go von Manstein. You convinced me here. Let's change the production as if we made the planes.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
The fleet, we need to train it, but not here. Maybe in the Baltic. Yeah, let's do it in the Baltic. Does he have anything that makes him level up faster? Oh. I mean, he should level up like everybody else. He's just a cool guy. Boys, what are we forgetting? Nothing? MIO policies we're forgetting. That's what we're forgetting. The very, very fun MIO policies. You know what? I think I'll go for reliability. Bit controversial, but we're fine with everything else. Let's go reliability. Oh, this is actually not bad, you know. I think we are going for this one. Here nothing, here nothing. Okay. Of course, fucked up everything. No. Yeah, but man, I cannot fucking be bothered. Why don't they put that as something you can save as well? Is beyond me, but I really cannot be bothered. Come on. Well, good thing is here we're totally good. Again, we don't need motorization drive, so let's pick something else. I think we're going for this one. Let's also change the conscription law to extensive conscription. Very cheap. Let's make a save just in case I'm forgetting something. I don't think so, but, you know. And also, let's see now. Yeah, still only at 1. We need a bit more. We're gonna get one more soon. Well, let's at least make the new fighter. And check, boys. So this one, at least we can do this. Okay, so now by going for the heavy machine guns, we destroy reliability a bit more now. So it goes down. Its reliability doesn't do much, honestly, so probably it's okay. For planes especially, it doesn't do much. Okay, so this would be the usual F2. And I think I'll save it now. But then I want to see something. So the cannons are offering... I don't know how much they nerfed the... Did they even say how much they nerfed it? Or of course they didn't. Probably they didn't, right? Let's see. I love how we took the opportunity to nerf heavy MGs on planes. Yeah, what a great opportunity. And they don't say how much. Okay. They don't say how much. Guys, if you does anybody have maybe we can find it somewhere though. They did change some stuff to the submarines as well. I didn't see down here. No, but this is old. I think this is old. Yeah, this is old. Okay, never mind. No, yeah, of course. Very good news, no? Well, let's see if we went for cannons instead. So the production cost 39, 69, 35, 62. The problem is with going cannons is also you gain a reliability. Because then it's fun because actually they don't make the other modules better. So by nerfing heavy machine guns, they simply nerf you basically. Because the AI makes shitty planes, right? So it's like basically nerfing us. No, the only way would be to remove something, not even 1, 2 of them. So you still need to go heavy machine guns. There is no other way. So this remains the meta design, but it's weaker than before and lower reliability. Cannons are too heavy, yeah. Yeah, so that's the thing. I mean, they don't give you another option. They just make what we were using a bit worse. Okay, fine. On the other hand, at least they make the early version better, which is nice. Very sad that we need to wait 46 more days, so it will happen in the middle of the war that we start making the better cast, but it's fine.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
No, I think they will ruin the support companies in that DLC probably. Rubber processing up, I cannot do. It's crazy. I don't have a discount for it. Let's not do rubber processing up. Structural. It's because we skipped the focus that gave us the discount. It's okay, I don't think we need it. Make a bit less planes, maybe. more spies. You were, at least you were right about Lithuania, so that's not a problem. Okay. I forgot to assign the planes. I knew there was something I was forgetting. No, stop training. Not big deal, but we need to do it. Okay, so let's get these guys out of the way. Fighters, close air support. Fighters, we want like 500 in here. Then the naval bombers. Naval bombers here. Okay. Spies could use a rework to be made cool. Yes, definitely agree. So the Navy is fine, right? The Navy is there training happily. We got the second one. Let's see here the situation. So we need another 4 to get the full benefits from here. We need another 4. No, then I'm pretty sure 1 is not enough. We should have put them at 2. Let me change that. Okay.
I am speaking to you from the cabinet room at 10 Downing Street. This morning, the British ambassador in Berlin handed the German government a final note stating that unless we heard from them by 11
It's okay.
that they were prepared at once to withdraw their troops.
Means of affairs we already have.
Would exist between us. I have to tell you now that no such undertaking has been received, and that consequently this country is at war with Germany.
So how bad is the situation in terms of this stuff? Pretty bad. We get a couple from Hungary. But we should probably decrease a little bit the amount of planes that we're making. So maybe 20 instead of 25.
Up to the very last, it would have been quite possible to have
Let's do 20. How many? Wait, how many are we building? Another few here. Okay.
But Hitler would not have it. He had evidently made up his mind to attack Poland, whatever happened. And although he now says he put forward reasonable proposals which were rejected by the Poles, that is not a true statement. The proposals were never...
I think actually at this point we can then make a few more guns. Yeah, let's do guns too.
Hitler did not wait.
Because SPGs we really have too many.
He ordered his troops across the Polish frontier.
It's pretty okay.
His action shows convincingly that there is no chance of expecting...
The spearhead, boys, is happening here. An insane spearhead. Is it working? Are they doing the right thing? No, they're not. Probably. Let's see. Let's see how it ends. No, but of course they're already not pushing these people here. No reason. They're not pushing the... Yeah, again, they go to the... But of course they didn't fix it. So. I don't know why I would expect anything different.
Situation in which no word given by Germany's ruler could be trusted.
Angetreten!
They will never fix spearheads. They will be broken for forever. Until HOI4, I think the spearheads will be broken.
Angetreten. Ausrücken.
Did I justify on Hungary? Yes, I did.
Achtung.
How is it going with air? Air is okay. Here we struggle. That's okay. Everything is fine.
Befehle. Achtung. Ausrücken.
Not just go directly there. I don't.
Befehle.
Fucking go there. No, they cannot be working as intended. But yeah. Okay, more torpedo destroyers.
Ihre Befehle.
Okay, heavy bombs so we can make the good planes finally. This is the fighter that just randomly changed name because felt like it. Yeah, okay, I like the changing name feature. That's what I wanted.
Ihre Befehle.
No, if there is HOI5, I'm pretty sure they're working on it already. What the fuck do you think you're doing? By the way, boys, we should always make sure this piece of fuck. Now, what is the basic medium flame time? There is something in here that is slowing us down. No, it's not true. What is slowing me down? Nah, this shit is slowing me down.
Befehle.
Okay.
Bereit. Ihre Befehle. Ausrücken.
Not even the spearhead now, they just fuck up in general.
Befehle. Befehle.
It was so good when the game had working spearheads. You didn't have to micro constantly everything. You could actually use the spearheads to plan your offensives without issues. It was so much better. It seems like a little thing, but it's frustrating. It's one of the many frustrating things. Okay, we already got the claim here, and I shouldn't get this one now though. No, this is bad. Because now we definitely need to go for around Maginot. Okay, we'll be late for a few more days late, but it's okay. after around Maginot, maybe we can get it, because with Ehrenberg, Bung is less useful. Okay. Yeah, fine.
Bereit.
And I use it again.
Befehle. Angetreten. Ihre Befehle. Achtung.
Micro is fun when you want to do micro, but why don't you have an option when you don't want to do micro? You shouldn't be forced to do micro.
Zuhören.
Always. Spearheads were a way not to have to do micro all the time. And it should have been there. It should have been, it should be part of the game.
Ihre Befehle.
We're going to be slightly late, which I honestly don't love, but...
Achtung. Bereit.
We need HOI4 terribly, terribly, man. Terribly. Because this game is a bloated mess, and at least when they release HOI4, they will remove some of the bloat, like the DLCs.
Angetreten.
Remove a lot of features, hopefully. Like, usually in Paradox games, the problem with the new games is that you lose a lot of features, and it's sad. In this game, we need to lose features. There are way too many features that are useless. And look at this lady. She's epic.
Achtung. Bereit.
Yeah, no, don't push there. Because, you know, you wouldn't want us to win. That would be risky.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Yeah, let's take care of these guys.
Achtung. Achtung. Bereit.
You know what?
Zuhören.
Yeah, we don't need that. Definitely struggling a bit with rubber, but we're okay. And the navy is the other thing. How are we doing with our navy? We're producing a lot of destroyers. This is a fairly big one. We lack certainly support ships. May not be enough even at 2. Maybe we need 3 to get the full bonus. And they keep making the same mistakes across all of their games and breaking all their content. But yes, guys, that's the thing. MIOs were a bad idea, but in the end, they add some depth to the game. But honestly, it's more fun to play without. But no, MIOs are not the example I would make for bloat. There are many more bloaty things, but the new faction mechanic is very bloaty. The raids, the fucking raids. Pure bloat. The raids are pure bloat. But at least you don't need to engage with them because they are useless. So there is the good thing. HOI5, you mean? I think it's most likely going to be exactly the same.
Ihre Befehle.
The only issue with these insane divisions is the... I always forget this thing. They take forever to recover the organization. It's not very high organization in the first place, but it's mostly that they are too fast at pushing. So then we need to wait. I forgot if we get the Hungarian gold. Let me see. No, we don't. Okay. Now there is also this thing which is pretty nice, but no, not particularly needed. Oh, this is new maybe? I don't remember this thing. Doesn't seem particularly useful. Yeah. You know, but the thing about Graveyard of Empires is it's a shitty DLC because most of the countries they added are not fun to play. And they were extremely underwhelming on release, now a bit less underwhelming. But I'm okay, you just don't play them, you don't buy the DLC. And if you're interested in the region, yes, it would be better if the countries were properly designed. But you know what, I mean, if you love India and you want to play as India, it's good to have Graveyard of Empires. And if you don't care, you just disable it and it doesn't cause issues. No compromise, no surrender ruined the game, not just it's not just you know, communist China, which is underwhelming and worse than before. It's not just about that, or Japan that has a good focus tree but full of too big, full of bloaty stuff like the factions and so on. But I mean, focus-wise, it's okay. The thing is, they ruined the Navy. They now made it very, very difficult to invade the UK without cheesing. And then the fucking coal, completely useless, bloaty feature. Completely useless. Then they nerfed 2 infrastructures. Then these stupid, useless buildings. I don't know. It's just like the amount of bad stuff is impressive. Wait, let me check because I don't want to miss anything here. After Hungary, we go Yugoslavia. So let's justify in Yugoslavia. Don't have time for your organization, people. You go without organization, I don't care. By the way, is the UK doing anything at all here? No, they're just not going there at all. Okay. No, it's not good. It's not good because it doesn't make sense. Because it's not hard to invade the Soviet Union or Germany. Why should it be hard only to invade the UK? It doesn't make sense.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Go here. And also, invading the UK would be good if they gave you an alternative option that is not being stuck in an endless war unless you cap them early. Then it would be good. But you don't have an alternative option. Because there is no white peace mechanic. Can maybe Netherlands capitulate? Thank you.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
There is no white peace mechanic and there is no way to peace out even the US. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
Zuhören.
Okay, these guys, we can set them here for the time being.
Befehle.
It's probably better not to use trains, because they lose less organization and they are a bit faster. I mean, they are very fast in general. Coal is terrible because it's useless. It doesn't affect the way you play the game, except it's more boring. It doesn't have an impact in terms of decisions you make or choices at all. The infrastructure nerf, guys, it went unnoticed. You didn't notice because they didn't tell you clearly. But the infrastructure's nerf is the worst thing that happened. It's much worse than coal. You should have, and that's one of the most requested features. People kept talking about it for a long time. Nothing at all.
Zuhören.
Take fucking Liege. What, Luxembourg is resisting?
Befehle.
Luxembourg is not resisting.
Ausrücken!
What's next? Probably Bulgaria. Yes.
Befehle?
If you don't attack the fortified tile, I'm a bit happier, I'm not going to lie.
Bereit zum Ausrücken! Angetreten!
Like, for example, why would invading the UK be so much harder than disintegrating all of the other European powers? And especially the Soviet Union. Or invading Germany as Austria. Like, minors have chances to do that, but they're making it so that you don't have a chance to invade the UK anymore. As a minor.
Zum Ausrücken! Angetreten!
Now, the Vichy France question here. Do we get Vichy France or not? They were useless in single player and in multiplayer. Like, what did they add that is useful in multiplayer? Coal is useless in general. Also, multiplayer is like... Nobody plays multiplayer. Like, if you were to consider the percentage of people that play competitive multiplayer in HOI4, it's a very, very small amount. Multiplayer with your friends, co-op multiplayer, yes. The multiplayer as competitive multiplayer is a very small part of the community. It shouldn't be ignored, but then I wouldn't make changes that ruin the game just because maybe they have a point in multiplayer. Like raids, for example, maybe they have a point in multiplayer, although I've never seen them being used. But in single player, it's terrible. And coal is just useless in both, so I don't know. Okay, let's go Yugoslavia. Here, though... Yeah, it's just one guy that we took. No, we need to decide what to do with Vichy France, because it's not a completely irrelevant choice, Vichy France here. If we get Vichy France, we don't have to worry about this area. I guess we will make Vichy France. It's probably slightly better. Yeah, let's make Vichy France. Oh, maybe I was not making Vichy France. Fuck. Okay, let me check. I didn't write anything. I forgot. Did I make Vichy France or not in my runs? I kind of remember... No, I didn't make Vichy France. Fuck. Fuck. Ah, I should have made a save. Nah! No! No! Oh my god.
Ihre Befehle?
Yeah, okay.
Befehle! Angetreten!
Should have made a save. My bad.
Bereit!
A bit faster though. Everything is okay other than that, yeah.
Achtung! Bereit! Achtung! Angetreten! Bereit zum Ausrücken!
Which was the army that's up there, which is useless, and this one. I don't know. Why can I not spy on anyone? In each game community, the multiplayer faction has a lot of power. My fear is that the developers are listening only to them, ignoring the rest of the community. No, not only to the multiplayer community. The problem is the developers listen only to the 10, 15 people who comment on the Paradox forum. Not only, but mostly to them. And you can see, like, when something appears on the forum, then you can see the changes in the game. But again, that's a very small part of the community that is commenting on the forum. And the argument could be, well, if you don't comment on the forum, then your voice will not be heard. So you should speak. You should speak up. Me as a creator, it's an embarrassing situation because I'm nobody. So me telling Paradox, you know, you should do this or that doesn't make sense. They shouldn't listen to me. But they should listen to the community in a wider sense, not only to the part of the community that talks on the forum.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
And all of my texts are fucked up now. So radio up, we did it. It was artillery up, not that fucked up in the end.
Angetreten.
But I do not represent my community. That's the thing. I cannot speak for my community. I don't know what all of you guys think, and most of you don't even like. Often, some of you, maybe not most of you, don't even agree with me. When you are my community is a very positive community. When I make a post on my Discord or YouTube asking like, what do you think about the DLC? What do you think about the new changes? Most of you have a positive. Which I think it's a very good thing, by the way. As a positive attitude to the changes that they are making. I am much more negative than you, and I think being positive is actually better. But then again, I think at the very least it can be debated the fact that the game is worse now than it was 1 year ago this time. In my opinion, it is significantly worse. And I think there are arguments for that. Yes, sure. I'll show you the templates in a second. Let me just kick the French S one more time. Woo! Encircled, encircled. It's over. It's over. We lost. What do we need? Nothing. There's a tank in there. Oh, nice. They don't have any pockets, which are always a bit annoying. Template for the heavy boys. Template for the heavy boys is this one. The speed will increase a little bit later. I think right now the thing that is slowing down the speed is probably the SPG. Let me check. What is this shit? I never made this shit. Where is my fucking SPG? Yeah, it's not right now. It's 7.6, but it will increase a bit when we get something. This one specifically. So after this one, will be faster too. When was the game at its best? The designer was not step back. I also like the air designer, though it's arguably not that useful, but the air designer is good, in my opinion. I like all of the designers. You know, the designers don't feel like bloat. The possibility to customize your... And it's also fun. Like, it's more fun to imagine, like, how to design your tank, what kind of turrets to put on it, than, say... Why can I not do the other ones? We don't have any consumer good factories, that's why. Okay, interesting. Something weird about that. Something different, I think. The German Focus 3 is amazing. So Götter Dameron was a good DLC. I'm not so sure about the special projects. I'm not particularly in love with the special projects. What happens if you fail this one? I'm not gonna get it in any case, but.
Alright.
Okay, so we got this one. Slightly late with this one.
Zuhören.
Who has nothing to do here? You boys have nothing to do. Okay, it's also time to start sending most of the planes. Let me do something a bit cleaner here.
Bereit. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Befehle.
You know, but HOI4 is the most popular Paradox game, so it's likely that HOI5 will be a big game. And they cannot afford to mess up, though, because I don't know about their finances, but they have been failing badly with several games. I don't think they can afford to keep that up in that way. Like, they need HOI5 to be a big hit. And, yeah. Oh. Nice. Gosh. Well, this is the beta. Let's assume it's because of the beta, but please tell me that I don't need to capitulate everybody again, because that would be bad. So make it the next month, please. Then boys will keep probably the testing a bit shorter. Okay, at least it is November. So hopefully... Nice. Okay.
Ihre Befehle.
Ah, it's just a perfect timing. Did I assign the planes already? Oh, I even already assigned the planes. It's almost a nice crash.
Achtung.
Come on, give me a Panzer expert here.
Bereit.
You will be the only one playing it, probably. Okay, let's go Yugoslavia. How come now I suddenly can do that? Why are we... can't push.
Ausrücken! Bereit! Bereit! Ausrücken! Ausrücken!
If you don't micro with battle plans, it's so dumb. What the AI does. It's crazy.
Achtung! Bereit! Angetreten!
This is also extremely annoying.
Bereit! Ausrücken!
It doesn't always happen, but I do not understand when it happens and when it doesn't. I need Yugoslavia to go down fast. They are not gonna go down fast.
Angetreten! Angetreten!
Surely 1000 Italian trucks will be very useful.
Bereit! Ausrücken!
No, don't leave Saudi.
Ausrücken! Bereit zum Ausrücken! Bereit! Achtung! Zeigt es ihnen! Ihre Befehle? Bereit! Achtung! Ausrücken! Zuhören! Bereit zum Ausrücken!
Okay.
Zuhören! Weiter, weiter!
Don't know why you're pushing there, but you shouldn't.
Angetreten. Achtung!
But if I was annexing them, but whatever.
Bereit!
The amount of spies.
Bereit zum Ausrücken!
It's always funny. We can get more spies. Wait a sec.
Befehle!
I don't need to speak.
Auf geht's! Ausrücken!
How are the casualties? I feel like it went badly. Yeah, it went quite badly. 7,000.
Bereit zum Ausrücken!
By Romania? Huh.
Angetreten! Bereit zum Ausrücken! Bereit! Achtung! Bereit! Bereit!
There should be a railway that we need to connect, huh? Yeah, this one here. This is a very bad railway though. Maybe if we get to the sea it's better.
Angetreten! Ausrücken! Bereit zum Ausrücken!
These people.
Los, los, los! Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Pretty sure there are some justifications I'm missing here. Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia, let's get them.
Achtung. Ihre Befehle?
Also need to check one thing. Are we fighting here? No. Man, they did send some fighters.
Achtung. Angetreten. Achtung. Bereit. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Bereit. Achtung. Zuhören. Ihre Befehle. Zuhören.
CK3 was very... I ignored the chat for a bit, boys, but otherwise we wouldn't make any progress. Let me check. Progress game about the Roman Empire. Yes. New games have to offer at least some features that full DLC... Yes, I agree, but I really hope that HOI4 just includes, like, the designers, and that's... HOI5, I mean, just the designers. CK3 was very bare bones. I remember that. And now I feel like CK3 is also bloated with too many features, by the way.
Zuhören.
A clean, more modern version of HOI4 would be perfect, in my opinion.
Zuhören.
Goddamn spies. Spain, we need Spain. We need fucking Spain. Portugal.
Achtung.
Yeah, let's go.
Achtung. Ihre Befehle?
No, Greece is annoying, actually.
Achtung.
Very slow.
Ihre Befehle? Ausrücken. Ihre Befehle. Zuhören. Zuhören.
Come on, we're almost to the point where we actually test the navy.
Zuhören. Achtung. Zuhören. Bereit.
Slow down, because we need to be a bit faster. We are slightly late in general.
Befehle? Los, los, los! Bereit zum Ausrücken. Achtung! Achtung! Ihre Befehle?
No, but that yes. No, then I make the save that we will use for the testing in future, so I don't have to do this stuff every time. But today I also wanted to optimize this run a bit, and we did. I'm happy with how we optimized it. We have a better fleet than I had last time I tried this,
Befehle!
so it's good.
Bereit
Okay.
zum Ausrücken.
I completely forgot about the claims, and that's not.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Bereit. Achtung. Befehle?
Incoming raid. Do we want to defend the raid? I don't know. Probably not. Why are these people doing nothing here? How is the UK bombing me in the middle of
Befehle?
Germany without airfields? Okay, in terms of rubber, I would say we are fine. Small deficit.
Ihre Befehle.
Can we get it from anyone? Probably not. Because Brazil, we are not never gonna get it from Brazil.
Bereit.
That Manchuria is shit. Should be number one. That should be in here.
Bereit.
So what does Sea Lion give us? Strategic preparation. It doesn't actually buff the navy at all, no? It doesn't. Okay.
Angetreten.
The best thing to learn about Manchuria is not to play Manchuria. Okay, we forgot Saudi Arabia.
Zuhören. Bereit zum
Don't
Ausrücken.
stop, please.
Befehle. Achtung. Achtung.
We're going to stop the justifications after a bit because we don't care. Italian volunteers stopped me. What is this shit? Look at these Italian volunteers. Nothing. Not getting through, especially because it's infantry that is trying to get through. I don't know. Maybe I should have avoided Spain and gone directly for the testing against the UK. Otherwise, it may be too late. When does Italy join? Italy joins kinda soon, so maybe that's a bit too late. Maybe we should ignore Spain. Okay, sorry boys, let's do it without Spain. Hopefully, but probably not. Let's see. Ooh. Yes. Okay. Good. Okay, let's do the Navy testing. We got enough. And the rest is just claims that we don't care about. So what we're going to do is instead we're going to assume that around this time we can invade the UK. We got how many? Naval invasion needs 6 per 2, so it's fine. Let's do the same thing.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Befehle. Achtung. Bereit. Ihre Befehle. Bereit. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
So the first thing we're going to test... let's make a save first of all. First of all, I want to test a couple of things concerning naval invasions to see if the usual strategy still works well. I don't know why these people didn't join the thing, because it must be the new one that I made. So how many torpedo destroyers we got? Okay, 74 in the end, not bad. Here we are not there yet, so the repair ships should be at 3. Let me go back and change it. Where the fuck is it? That's also one thing before we continue. Let's make the most resilient ship we have here 388 for this battle cruiser. What about the armor though? 388, 30 armor, 40 armor. They're pretty similar. Yeah, let's just make this Pride of the Fleet.
Achtung.
So first let's see if the UK is still terribly scared of air and just doesn't go in here at all. Which I believe it's going to be the case. So the normal naval invasion will be easy. And that's the first thing we want to test. Then we want to test the Navy. So, okay, maybe we should make it as a Navy test start. I'm sure we'll make several adjustments later, but let's try. Okay, let's stop training and send them here. Actually, here. Stop training, send them here. maybe Rotterdam. Yeah, we'll get some penalties for not declaring those wars, but it's fine.
Angetreten.
So, first thing first, maybe we can check the submarines, see how the situation is in terms of the submarines. How quickly they die. Well, let's give them wait. And also we need to assign the trades to the various admirals. Well, this one is easy because... yeah. Yeah, well, that's okay. This one is more important. It has more things, and depending on the builder, we may change them. But I think we're going to give him all of them, all of the good ones, in any case. We make him destroyer leader now. Then we make this one and this one. I'm going to give myself the command power because I should have done this earlier. Okay. Sure. Takes forever. I think they decreased it. Okay, let's see the subs. First of all, I will do the usual thing that we were always doing, so setting them all around the UK. On, it doesn't matter which one we select. Let's leave them like this for now. Which 10% bonus? Okay, let's see how long they last. So 34. Maybe they survive a bit longer again. Okay, no, subs may be viable again. Though we need to see what happens in terms of disrupting the Royal Navy. Of course, they will get destroyed completely eventually. But they are lasting a bit longer. I also have a bit more than usual. Okay. Subs are a tool in our hands once again. It's good to see that subs are not fully dead. Then I also want to see if we actually destroyed some convoys or not. But that's another story. Let's see.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday evening last,
some.
Majesty's commission to form a new administration. It was the evident wish
We disintegrated their submarines, probably with the planes, though.
that this should be conceived on the broadest possible basis, and that it should include all powers
Okay. Happy to see that the subs kind of work.
of state government, and also
The org recovery rate looked like it was bait 0.2 and only going up by 0.2, and I can't the bonus. Which one is the org bonus that you're talking about? Wait, did I pick it on some of the...
representing with
No, it's not here. Where is it? I don't know. Okay, now the other thing I want to check is the naval invasion
either in the war cabinet or in high executive office.
with air, which should be very smooth.
It was necessary that this should be done on account of the extreme urgency and rigor of events. A number of other key positions were filled yesterday.
Okay, so these guys are ready. Now let's see if... well, I want to try a few tricks, so let's see.
To complete the appointment of the principal
Nivt.
ministers during
Navy test. Naval
of the other
page.
ministers usually takes a little longer. But I trust that when Parliament meets again, this part of my task will be completed.
Oh, okay.
Administration will be complete in all respects.
I don't know what it was from. Ah, that thing, maybe. Navy organization. Wow, okay. Okay, so I want to test one thing first of all. Let me see. Let's put the destroyers in a separate task force.
At the end of the proceedings today,
I want to use my semi-cheat.
the 21st of May, with of course provision for earlier meeting if need be. The business to be considered during that week will be notified to members at the earliest
No.
opportunity.
Try.
I now invite the House, by the resolution which stands in my name, to record its approval of the steps taken and to declare its confidence in the new government. Sir, to form an administration of this scale and complexity is a serious undertaking in itself. But it must be remembered that we are in the preliminary stage of one of the greatest battles in history. That we are in action at many points in Norway and in Holland. That we have to be prepared in the Mediterranean. That the air battle is continuing. That many preparations have to be made here at home. In this crisis, I hope I may be pardoned if I do not address the House at any length today. I hope that any of my friends, colleagues, or former colleagues who are affected by the political reconstruction will make all allowances for any lack of ceremony with which it has been necessary.
Let's also try with some submarine destruction.
As I said to those who signed the House, I am soil, and sweat. For us an ordeal of the most grievous kind. For us many long months of struggle and of suffering. You ask what is our policy? I will say it is to wage war by sea, land, and air. All our might.
No, it doesn't seem to work as well as before. So maybe they nerfed this.
War against the monstrous tyranny, never surpassed in the dark and lamentable catalogue of human crime. That is our policy. You ask, what is our aim? I can answer in one word.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Let's see why.
At all costs.
They still have this in avoid. So what they have assigned is these guys on patrol. I'm also very curious to see what the UK is doing in terms of the Navy. Because they apparently made them improve their Navy significantly. Oh, still like, seems like still shitty. Did they get a lot of tax? Oh yeah, they got the improved carrier. Look at that. And they improved destroyers. But the thing is, they are not producing them. Shh, don't say anything to Paradox. Nobody talks to Paradox about this. It's hidden. It's in the, after like what, 4 hours of live. They shouldn't find out. It's hidden. They have it here, but they are not making it. Okay, okay. Pretty good. Fine. Perfect. Thing is, my strategy, my cheesy strategy is still not working. Let's see if we add a few more destroyers here. What happens? Why are we not gaining dominance? It's something about dominance not going up, which is a bit strange. Now let's see if it is related to what we are doing here. Yes, it is. Damn, Paradox thought about it. I thought we could scam them, but apparently they thought about it. If you put them on low risk, it should still be fine. So, I mean, then you can also stop them. There is also that.
Los, los, los!
Okay, now they're engaging us.
Bereit! Angetreten! Greift weiter an! Bereit!
We need to run a few more tests here for sure, but
Befehle!
in the meantime, let's see.
Ausrücken! Bereit! Zuhören!
I want those 20 divisions to be encircled. Nothing else is
Zeigt es
acceptable.
ihnen! Weiter, weiter! Auf geht's! Befehle?
Ooh. Big
Bereit zum
pain.
Ausrücken. Los, los, los! Bereit zum Ausrücken.
But you know what? The thing is, the more they try to make invading the UK hard, the more it becomes impossible for miners. And then a country like Germany will always destroy them,
Ihre Befehle?
which is bad. Because for Germany, in the end, it doesn't change anything. You were destroying them earlier, you destroy them now. And for minor countries, it becomes a lot more frustrating. And that's not my definition of a good change.
Zuhören!
Now we're going to cap them just for fun, but what I want to test is something slightly different.
Ausrücken! Ihre Befehle! Achtung!
Did the submarine survive? Well, not really, but they did survive a little bit. So you can kind of use them like we used to before. Then I didn't check what happened to the Navy at all, but we'll check it later. Okay, so this part is fine. Let's see if we had any naval battles here. We did have one, and it did not go particularly well, or it did go well. Not particularly well, I would say, but not terrible either. Was that the only battle? We had another one. It's mostly with naval bombers. So naval bombers got involved a lot more than before for some reason. We don't care about this one. By the way, did they fix the fact that you cannot see the details in naval battles, or does it still crash the game? Since we need to reload, I guess it's a good time to check. Look at these, naval bombers actually destroying ships. That's something that did not happen before. So this is the main big battle, probably the only one. And then the substat died. Okay, so let's check this big battle, see a bit how it went. It's always very difficult to see. Yeah, not particularly deadly. This is the kind of battle that probably you would lose without air. Okay, interesting results so far. I want to test something more about the naval invasion. No, the sub build, I have the feeling that now might work again. Now it might work again. I don't know, because so far I'm using just the regular submarines, nothing special, so just these ones. But since these simple ones can survive a bit, and the sub visibility is not even that good. I mean, it's pretty high. The invisible sub build may work. What we don't know, so would need testing, is exactly what happens. What did I want to say? No, what happens with the sub build, because they changed the way the mechanic works. So maybe now the sub visibility is not enough not to be detected at all. Okay, so I want to test one more time the cheesy strategy here, because I think it can work. So destruct with submarines, then the only thing I'm going to change here is... okay, let's remove all of the destroyers, then we take, say 6 of them, okay. Let's see. But I don't want you to engage. This is a low risk. Why are you engaging? Actually want to get out of here. Let's try. Can you not spam disengage anymore? No, but it's okay because they still disengage. Difficult to do it without engaging now. It's a good engagement because it's on our terms though. So maybe by... as I thought, by making the Royal Navy more aggressive... just go for planes instead of tanks. Planes are significantly more expensive than tanks in terms of research, mostly. So this is a bit tricky. But the builder seems to be very good, at least. Sad that this doesn't work as well as before though, because this was my favorite new strategy. Okay, so we got it now. We got it now, but sadly we got it only by engaging. And that's not ideal. Okay. Yeah, we need to test a couple more things, because this is of course not good for miners. It's good for Germany because Germany is Germany, but it's not good for miners. If we remove all of the destroyers, these are the things here. If you have good air and okay infantry, you can usually push the IS. But getting good air, it depends what your target is. Because if you're trying to take like other minors, then having tanks and anti-air is better in general. And if you're trying to take on the majors, then having good air, it's not that easy. And now they even nerfed it, so it's even better. Okay, so let's try this thing again. Now this time let's assume that we only have the starting German fleet and we need to get it done with it. Let's see if we can get it done with it. Wait, when we're on patrol though, we can select do not engage or not. Yeah, it's only the strike force that they changed in that sense.
Zuhören.
Cannot spam disengage anymore. They changed this too. Ah no, you can. Never mind. And we're having a very hard time getting the dominance with this though. It's very bad news. This used to be much easier. It looks like we may end up getting it anyway. Yes. Okay, a bit scary, honestly. But we did it with the starting German fleet, actually a bit weaker than the starting German fleet. This is a fleet that miners can afford. The problem is miners cannot afford this. So we're going to try again. And now we need to try without air. But I want to try with some naval bombers, because some naval bombers you can afford as a miner. So there used to be a thing that I will not explain, because Paradox snipes me. Let's see if I can get it to work. So let's say that we have like... where are the naval bombers here? Let's say 400 naval bombers. Let's not exaggerate. And some subs you will have. I mean, if you don't have anything, you cannot do it. Let's see. Okay. Boys, let's pray.
Zuhören.
This is the play. I mean, we destroyed a lot of their planes already. That... Yeah, okay, I cannot say that. Okay. We can do it. We can do it. We can still do it.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Weiter, weiter! Angetreten!
Okay, fine. We don't need to get it until the end. A few subs to distract, maybe not even needed, but I think they are doing their job because the Royal Navy is still using at least some light cruisers to counter them, so at least they don't use the entire fleet, and then a basic navy can still get the job done. Okay, this is good news. This is good news. So we'll worry more about these when we play as minors, but it looks like the main concept still works. Now it's time to actually test the navy, though. Now it's time to actually test the navy. So for the test, we are not going to use planes here. And the first thing I want to do is... these guys are still there, though. Yeah, because this was the early test. Okay, now let me see if... No, I guess it's okay. Okay, we need to decide where to test them. If in the Channel or in the North Sea. Usually the test was in the North Sea, with the subs distracting everywhere else. So let's simulate again the same test.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
So the naval invasion, we are not actually going to trigger it, but it's useful because it should make the Royal Navy focus more on the area. They didn't nerf this at least. It's nice. Okay, so let's make sure that these guys go to rest, stop training, and these guys go to probably that place and stop training. Okay, we wait for the organization and then we test it. No, actually, how do we test it though? Because I'm not sure. I think the destroyers should probably be on their own because they're faster. But then again, the dead stack usually work best. Now let's go dead stack first. Then we'll think about it. Okay. Is Italy in the war? No. Italy is not in the war, which is the main reason why I prefer to do it as Germany and early, so that we have at least some time without Italy in the way. So we can purely test how it works. Okay, so we go patrol here and we go convoy raiding here. And also we set them on always engage. We actually want to take the fight. Let's see what happens. I have the feeling it takes significantly longer to get dominance compared to before, but maybe it's just a feeling. Okay, we got engaged here. Let's see. It's not going particularly well, this one. No, it's quite bad, this battle right now. But let's see. Let's see why it was so bad. The final result is not even that bad. But the battle was bad. Did they have... Probably they had planes. Yeah, the planes did cause some damage. It's more likely because of the nerf to torpedoes that this didn't go well. So still haven't gotten the dominance here. Where did we get engaged? Up there. Yeah, this is bad. Bad. It's very bad. Okay. Okay, maybe no more torpedo destroyers then. We lost a thing. We lost a lot of destroyers. Yeah. I think they killed the meta of torpedoes, probably. Yeah, you're not gonna win this. Okay, GG. So, we'll give it another try, but it looks like the torpedo destroyer meta is dead. If you can afford it, army, navy, no, never do navy. Navy, never. Navy is the worst thing, always. You should never do navy. The only thing in terms of navy you should do is empty ships to get dominance if you need them. But navy you should still not make. Navy is just for fun. Why do they always lose the organization when I start this? So we're going to give it another try, but the result was pretty bad. Unless I missed something in here, but I don't think so. We have the right doctrines and everything, so yeah. Oh wait. Okay, he didn't have the traits. I thought I assigned the traits, but okay. Okay, this can make a difference, but let's see. So this guy also without traits, yeah. Well, let's see. Doubt it would make such a big difference, but we never know. We stopped the planes, yeah. Okay, first engagement here. This is a small one though. Now it's bigger. The damage we deal is definitely significantly lower. You can see it because they last a lot longer. Though in the end we did win this one. Quite well. Still don't get the dominance to trigger the invasion for some reason. Okay, let's see how this one goes. Okay, this time it went a lot better. This is definitely good. Definitely good. Not so good. We managed to keep the dominance, but we didn't win this battle. This was quite painful. Not even that painful. It is a lot more balanced. Yeah, overall it's going okay. Not great, but okay, I would say.
It was the evident wish and will of Parliament and the nation.
Our fleet is decreasing, but ideally the Royal Navy is also decreasing. We'll check in a bit how their situation is.
And that it should include all parties, both those who supported the late
Soon we need to do some math. And then the song suddenly disappeared in the middle of the battle.
of this task. A war cabinet has been formed.
Yeah, okay, Italy is involved now. I usually call it a day when Italy gets involved. So let's see the situation of the UK.
Either in the war cabinet or in our
They have a navy that is kind of decent, kind of, not particularly.
this should be done.
Then what do they have? They have this one here, but this one got quite damaged. They don't have enough screens. These were patrolling, or the destroyers patrolling. No, yeah, the Royal Navy took some serious damage. I would tend to say that we won this one. So in this case, oh my god. In this case, the build still worked, considering though that this is a bigger investment than it used to be. Because it is, well, first of all, we have the repair ships. They have changed Navy. Again, this is the beta. They will change Navy again. They will keep making it worse and worse, of course.
Mr. Speaker agreed and took the necessary steps.
Yes. The pride of the fleet is gone in our case, but
End of the proceedings today. The adjournment
okay.
will be proposed until
So this time it worked.
Tuesday of May.
The trades are important, of course. I didn't realize I forgot them. The trades are very important. Let's assign them and then...
Right to members at the earliest opportunity. I now invite the House, as a resolution which stands in my name, to record its approval of the steps taken.
Okay, and then let's make this save again.
New government.
I could also... wait.
Serious undertaking in itself.
Actually, wait a second. Let's do one thing.
That we are in action at many points in Norway and in Holland. That we have to be prepared.
I want these guys to be out first, because that's the original idea, to destruct the Royal Navy. Okay, then... we lack some organization rates, okay. Now we save it again. And we go and patrol there. And now let's see.
Any of my friends and colleagues or former colleagues
They are not that useless, you know, man. Actually, they are not super useful because they are still nerfed and the AI ignores them a bit more, but they are not as useless as they were. So they kind of can be used. Kind of.
I have nothing to offer.
So having a few to destruct them, it's useful. It seems like they still get trapped a bit by the subs. Okay, now here we have the engagement. At least they got here with less org. Let's see how this goes. This is good. And this one is not gonna be good. This one we're going to lose, probably. Balanced. It's much more painful than before, and we have a bigger investment, but it still seems like we may win it. Certainly the pride of the fleet lasts for like 2 seconds, but that's fine. Yeah, you can see them now. We are using them now on convoy evading, and they seem to be working. I mean, they don't do much, probably, but they are still annoying the UK. When Italy gets joins the war, we should also check the situation in terms of resources for the UK.
No survival for the urge.
Yes, man. If you try my historical Germany builder with a full sub builder, please let me know. I'm very curious too. But I think that would work now. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it would probably work. By the way, we have a battle cruiser that could technically be the pride of the fleet. Not sure how long it would last, but...
Come then. Go forward.
So when Italy joins, we call it a day and see how it is, how it went. Of course, once again, the biggest advantage of the torpedo destroyers is how easily replaceable they are. You just get new ones. Okay, Italy is in it. Let's see the UK. Now, they don't have an issue in terms of fuel. So the convoy raiding is not helping that much in that sense. Let's see if it is actually raiding their stuff though. Well, they set everything on avoid, probably because of convoy raiding. Let's see how many they lost. Well, I mean, they mostly lost a lot of stuff. They did lose quite a lot of convoys, which should be only 2 submarines. And the Navy, okay, they still have a good one here. This one probably could defeat our fleet right now if they engaged it, or at least it would be balanced. But the rest is pretty bad. These are just destroyers going down to Italy. This is what would look like a fleet, but it's not really a fleet. So yeah, they're fucked. Okay, boys, so far good. So far good. I actually have been fleeing the Panzership and the shitty starting German fleet. It's actually made my naval engagement more successful. Deleting, you mean? I don't know. The ones that are almost done, it's a bit of a shame to delete them, but yeah. Okay, guys, one more try, and then we would say that the torpedo destroyer build is still going. Then we need to do some math, and I don't know if I want to do it. I don't know if I feel like doing it, but probably yes. Oh, that's a very bad one in theory. No, it worked. And this I am happy to see, I must say. I think the speed is a bit overestimated. I also want to try once before we continue with something else to use only the destroyers, because in theory the only destroyers fleet, speaking of speed, should be much better. Let's see the speed on our destroyers. So 35.8 is actually not great, but it's still better than this fleet, which I don't know how fast it is, but probably not very fast. Yeah. Somehow our pride of the fleet survived a bit longer this time, and we definitely kicked their ass the most. I think this is the most, the cleanest victory we had is this one. And boys, the good thing about this is that other than the shitty support fleet, support ships, which you don't need, this is the cheapest build. Almost any country can make something like that. Now, 20 dockyards is not irrelevant. It's not something any country can do, but it's also not crazy. And you could wait a bit longer. We're also putting ourselves in the most difficult spot. But say that you're doing this as a minor. Ideally, you would also have Germany and Italy involved, so the UK would be a bit more split around. Did Italy join? Okay. Okay, we really kicked their ass this time. Oh, and this time they also lost a lot of convoys. They lost more convoys. They still have a fleet, the usual one that they keep no, that's the one in there. Okay. But they selected, they put it on do not engage. Look at that. On patrol, do not engage. Paradox using cheats. Yeah, and then the rest of the fleet, they don't have one. Okay, okay, it's good. Now, let's test a couple more things. One of the things I want to test is, like Dr. Wilhelm is saying, speed. So let's test speed. Let's say that we put all of our destroyers together, since they are faster. I don't know about these repair ships. How fast are they? 32. 32. 32. 32, and I think maybe some of the older destroyers are slower too. 30. What about the newer ones? 32. Okay, let's get only the newer ones.
The adjournment of the House will be proposed until Tuesday, the 21st of May, with, of course, provision for earlier meeting if need be.
The repair ships, the support ships together.
Will be notified to members at the earliest opportunity.
And the rest, we keep it again together. The rest stays on strike force, but always engage, and then we put them on patrol. And let's see if it's better or worse this way. So in theory, the speed is better, but that stacking is always better in this game, so let's see. It looks like we get the dominance a lot faster this way, maybe. For a second, not anymore.
Many points in Norway and in Holland that we have to be prepared in the Mediterranean.
The thing is, in the end, they joined, so I'm not sure.
And that many preparations have to be made here at home.
Oh, this was okay.
In this
Maybe they engage you with less now.
many of my friends and colleagues or former colleagues
Yeah, this is not going well.
affected by the political reconstruction,
Yep, no good.
all allowances for any lack of ceremony.
No good. No, the dead stack wins. The dead stack is the way. It doesn't matter. The speed doesn't matter, but you need to dead stack.
Nothing to offer but blood, toil,
Yeah, you need to dead stack.
sweat. Before us an ordeal of the most grievous kind. Where before us
And also because of this doctrine, dead stacking is always better. Line of battle, which by the way you should always pick. I don't know how can you imagine not picking this, but that's 10% extra attack. That's 10% extra attack. It's an insane buff.
war against a monstrous
There's nothing else like it. Yeah, significantly better.
lamentable catalog of human crime.
Okay, it matters if all of your fleet has the speed. Awesome, great, go for it. But if if a part of your fleet doesn't have the speed, it's better to dead stack rather than not use that part, like we just showed. So it quite clearly now. The difference is quite huge. You can see we always win when we dead stack. Now let's try again without dead stacking. But you will see that it's a huge difference.
But I take up my task. I feel sure
So let's put the support ships and the destroyers, but again, not all of them.
time I feel it
Only the DDT.
the aid of and I say, come then, let us go forward together with our united strength.
Okay. Divin argued just try to remove the Panzership and the shitty 2 starting half battleship. Okay, let's see. Let's talk about it. So this is the first thing, right? So the Panzer, whatever, are 23. But what about this one? This one is 20. This one is 20. This one is 26. 26. 23. 23. 23. 29. 29. 29. 28. Okay, these one are all faster. And no, that's not true though, because if you remove only the Panzerschiff... well, first of all, it's 3 of them. Okay, let's try that. Let's give it a go. Let's remove them, and then we'd also... Yeah, but you also need to remove this one, because this one is 20. And this one is also 20, so these two you need to remove for sure. And this one 26, so you'd stick to 26, You go with 26 then? Or 29? Okay, maybe 29 then. Okay, then we remove these two. Okay, let's try not to use them at all then. And we merge these ones together. Though we would need a Pride of the Fleet that we don't have. Or maybe we do. Maybe we can make one of these. How about this one? Okay. Yeah, this can be Pride of the Fleet. Hey man, you don't have 30 knots. Unless you don't build the starting ships and you build something else. Now we do have 30 knots probably. Okay, yes, now we have 30 knots. Okay, let's see. Wait, are we okay with the basic destroyers? I'm not entirely sure. Let me check. Yes, we are. Okay, fine. Let's go. Well, now it shouldn't make too much of a difference because we only removed 7, so you may be right in that sense. Let's see if the battles are significantly different. That was good. Undeniably. This one is okay. These guys are no longer joining though. I need them to join. We need to run the test again. But so far the results seem to confirm that removing a few of the slower ships helps. So you may be right that cancelling them at the beginning is a good idea. I like it so far. Okay. I mean, that stacking is still better, but I like the idea. We lost the Pride, sadly. Nah, this is gonna be painful though. No. Wipe! Okay, let's try again. Maybe a unlucky, may have been an unlucky series of engagements. So let's give it another try. What did I say? Why did I say that we needed to test it again? Forgot. And now we have everything above 30, I think. And since the repair ships are 32, there is not much point in going faster. So what we are giving up on is basically the heavy ones. The battleships, the battle cruisers and the heavy cruisers, which are also the ones that can be Pride of the Fleet. So when you lose the only one you have in here, you're a bit in trouble. No, wipe. Wipe, man, wipe. It does not work. Give it another try. I mean, then, of course, if you can have the fleet a bit faster, go for it, but... One more try. Seems better. I still need to get to the end of it. Back about the Trotsky units. I realized it was fuel. Push my division to get it. They need to be in an area where they have supplies. It's only about supplies. Fuel is received when they receive supplies. If they don't receive supplies, they also don't receive fuel. We lost this one. Okay, now I remember why I said... now I remember why I said I needed to restart it, because the reinforcements are not going to them. Oh my god. Okay, and that does make a difference, so let's give it another couple of tries. A bit unlucky. Yeah, but locking the Pride of the Fleet is a big, has a big impact because it's 10% damage lost. Why are they not going now? The repair ship stuff. No, I'll be honest, so far I'm not particularly convinced, because even when they work, like in this case, we took more casualties than before. So speed is okay, but then in battle... this may be the first time that we win by the time Italy joins.
Mr. Speaker, Friday evening, Commission.
Yeah, but we don't have a heavy cruisers. The heavy cruisers, we remove them because they are too slow. They are the ones that you want to remove. We got another battle? Oh yes, it's a small one. Hey, okay, we're talking about a different thing, because what you're talking about is a different kind of investment compared to what we have now. What we have now is a zero research build that anyone can do basically on day one. Zero research, zero special projects, with the exception of the support ships. An improved heavy cruiser build has a completely different requirement in terms of researches and resources. So that's something to consider. Okay, Italy joined. So we won this one with 63 left. Now let's try again a couple of times with the full fleet, which seemed better overall. Then of course the ideal would be having this fleet with 30 knots plus speed, but that's something we don't have. To have it, we would need something else, which we don't have. Now, the heavy ships, the extra attack you get from the heavy ships is more impactful than the extra speed you get without them. You can see it. You can see how much better you win this battle. So, whenever you can. Now, we lost the heavy, and that's sad. But at least we had it for the first important battles. I mean, here we won like 1, 2, 3, 4 big battles. And this is maybe not that big. This one is fairly big. This one is fairly big. This one is very big. We lost the Pride of the Fleet, but they also lost the Pride of the Fleet. This one is also good. I noticed one of the differences. They made the AI more aggressive, so now they engage you even when they are going to lose. Good job. You can make also basic cruisers around 28, 29 knots. You need to sacrifice some batteries. Yeah, but you need to make the cruisers. We're not making cruisers. If you make cruisers, you don't make something else. It's a trade.
Crisis, I hope I may be...
No, we're going to test them. It's the purpose of this video is to test other designs. So we're going to test cruisers next.
I hope that any...
Because they used to be the meta. But this works. And that's very important. This works extremely well. You kick the ass of the UK with no air on always engage. Without Italy involved. And you completely destroy the UK. And we're doing this without investing in anything. In this run, we invested in one research. Then of course this one will be very good too. So only one Navy-oriented research. And a few dockyards, but that's gonna be applied to everything. And that's it. That's enough to kick the ass of the UK in the worst possible scenario. I need to open the testing thing and write down some stuff. Okay, done. Let's do that and let's do some math after that. If you guys are patient. I'm not that tired. I thought I would be more tired. But the testing, the beginning of the testing, it's exciting. So let's go. Let's get to it. So this is a tier 3 membership document that I'm working on. So probably don't have access to it right now, but no, wait a second.
Let that be realized. No survival for the British Empire. No survival for all that the British Empire stood for. No survival
I need
for
to
the
do
urgent
something.
impulse of the ages that mankind will move forward towards its goal. But I take up my task with buoyancy and hope.
Okay, so this is the open beta.
But to fail among men. This time I feel entitled to claim the
Open beta what? 5. Open beta 5. It's good.
come then. Let us
In Roman numbers.
with our united strength.
Would the defensive ones, at least at first level, make a decent difference? Would the defense... Wait, I missed what you're talking about. The defensive what? Okay, but you need to consider one thing. We will try that, but unless it changed, and honestly I don't think so, focusing on only one design and one build is better than making a balanced fleet. And the reason is simple. The reason is that you need to make choices on your generals and admirals, and you cannot have everything. Like, if you were going for a cruiser build, then you would need cruiser captain. Now you can take it, but torpedo expert is better for our build. And you can delete the basic ships, but you don't get anything in return for that. The question is how much you invest in the Navy to get the results you get and what results you get. If you don't do it in exactly the same testing scenario, you don't know. Like, first of all, you take some stuff in here which doesn't do anything, like fast battleships. The critical chance hit 3% is okay, but you see how long it takes to get to where you need to get. You need the fast battleships. We destroyed the Royal Navy. This is the mastery we got by fully wiping out the Royal Navy. This is the mastery. No more Royal Navy. So you guys realize that the only thing that matters is what you get at the very beginning, until they change it, hopefully, at some point. But for now, this is all that matters, sadly. There's nothing we can do about it. Now, let's go back to the first test, which is this one here, probably. And we need to check exactly what we have produced, because we need to write down a budget. That's going to be our budget. Then we also need to plan the naval invasion again, not from here, because we're going to run the tests always in the same area.
Ihre Befehle?
Even though the channel with air is arguably better.
Angetreten.
Okay. So, we need to do it carefully here. I need to think. Because now we are going to delete the fleet that we don't need. We're probably going to keep the submarines though. Delete the rest and then build other fleets and test them. Now what we can avoid deleting is the support and repair ships. But we'll still add it to the budget. So we need the budget. I forgot if... let me check. Yeah, no, okay, yeah. The Navy budget is only what we built. So that's what we need to do now. Write down what we built. So when it comes to destroyers, what we built and was not. So only the things that have a name, basically. This one, which one is this? Okay, yeah, these are the starting shitty ones. And on purpose, I only made this design in this run, so it's also a bit easier to do the calculation. Let's stop training everybody. And in here, actually, we also need to do the same thing because we only built the SS, although we could technically ignore it and just ignore the SS. Pretend we didn't build them. I don't know. Let's add them to the budget. Anything else we built? I don't think so, because we only made DDT. So that's it. So this is what we built. 58, 5, 5, 16. Now it's budget time. I need a calculator. Perfect. Now, let's start with the DDT. Now, this is 1,127 multiplied 58. Total budget 65,366. Yeah, I will make it, let me see, 65,360, I'll make it 65. And then let's check the subs. Subs is 16 SS. That's 618. So I'll make it 10,000. Plus the support ships. So that would be 5 repair and 5 support. Do they have different costs? Where the fuck are they? Here, 500 each. Okay, no. So 10. So that's not even that cheap. We need to add another 5,000 for that. Okay. So that would be 80,000 in total. Given how easy it is to roll over Europe on the land, is it worth investing more into Navy to make the UK easier? No. Ultimately, are we looking for the minimum investment requirement? We're always looking for the minimum investment required because you don't really need a navy to invade. What we're doing now is destroying the Royal Navy. But I showed you earlier, like, you need 16. You can invade the UK with 16 ships. With the starting German fleet and air, you can invade the UK. And air is arguably a lot more important than the navy, because air, you can use it later on. Once you invade the UK, you steal the Royal Navy and you basically ignore the navy as it should be for the rest of the game. And you never care about it. So no, the navy is just for fun, so you want to minimize, absolutely minimize the investment. And then we look at the ways to abuse it. But still, when you minimize the investment in the navy, it's useful to know which designs perform best in case you need to fight, and you think you need to fight. So yeah, so now basically we have a budget that we're going to spend of 65,000 IC. Then the 10,000 in submarines and the 5,000 in support and repair, in theory we are going to keep it. The only reason not to make support repair, I think, is if you make a submarine build, because in that case you cannot use the support and repair. I think support and repair are fairly useful, but I'm not sure they're entirely worth investment. But we will check it, we'll see. Okay, so now, because this is going to be the starting test, let me check again. So this is the starting. Let me think. Okay, I make two separate ones. One will be DDT build. Then the other one, same point, will be designs. No, actually, before we go designs, we delete these ones. Wait, this is an intruder. I'm going to ignore it, but this is an intruder. We actually didn't build this one. It's okay. Pretend I didn't see it. No, I need to make another thing, which is going to be this. So now we need to remove this stuff. By the way, these are almost done. So that's also something to consider a little bit. Oh well, we're going to be a bit more generous, I guess, with the next designs, because these ones are almost done. We could estimate it into like a couple of thousand IC. I'm going to give, let's make it 67. So 2,000 extra IC. Two of them we consider them done, the other ones not. Okay. Okay, this stuff should be the same. Then what we need is we need to tag the UK. And we need to cancel their production here. The ones that they would not be able to make in time. These ones are fine. September 1940 is a bit late. I'm sorry, UK, you're not gonna get this one. '41, no. 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 1940, I'll give it to you. Okay. Okay, this one is okay, this one is okay, this one is okay, okay. Now the other thing we need here is we need all of the designs to be ready. So that will take a while. Okay. So let's rule out some of the stuff that probably we are not going to test, although maybe at some point. No, sorry, I need it for the video. So let's put everything in here. So these would be the battle cruiser one. No, but wait a second. Yeah, always raiding shipbuilders. And the builder must be the raiding shipbuilders one. Something is wrong here, though. This is not, this is the empty one. I'm an idiot. Okay. No, where is my... wait a second. Pretty sure I made it. No? I didn't make it. Okay. But then we're going to make it later, maybe. The basic cruisers, though, yes. So we have both the this one is the light attack oriented one, yes. Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah. Okay, then we also need the... What was the cut? It's wrong, wrong MIO. I need to change that. Damn it, can you not... Yeah, we don't need any of this stuff. That's historic. Wait, what else do we need to test? I forgot now. Light cruisers, heavy cruisers. What was interesting? Yeah. Oh, let me check. Let me check what you're talking about here. Greetings. Can you still build up a strong enough army and air force? Yes, yes. Okay. I spam torpedo destroyers or cruisers. Torpedo destroyers. We just tested. Very good. We're going to test cruisers. Thanks for all the guides from a fellow Italian. Oh, what's up, man? Ciao. Do you have any interest in also exploring historical roleplay non-meta designs for divisions and tanks? Okay. No, I'm interested in historical runs where we make historical decisions, but not so much in making shitty historical designs, honestly. No, that not so much. Okay, boys, so basically we have the SS we don't have the better submarines, but that's okay. The destroyers, we have the DDT, we have CLCA. What else was I testing? Let me check. I have been testing the... the cut. Where's the cut? I don't have the cut anymore. It was the... Okay, now I remember. Cut is the torpedo heavy cruiser. Torpedo heavy cruiser. I don't think I want to test them, honestly. The torpedo heavy cruisers and torpedo light cruisers I'm not very interested in testing. But I do want to test the light cruisers, the heavy cruisers, battle cruisers and battleships I want to test. So we need to add battle cruisers and battleships that for some reason are going... wait. No. No. Oh, we should have them. It was with the basic heavy ship. You were saying that I never saved them? That seems weird. But they are indeed not here. We got a favorite South American country. Brazil, I really like Brazil. I played Brazil, I really liked it. An interest in torpedo cruisers or avoiding special projects? Yeah, that's exactly the question. No, torpedo cruisers might be okay, but I don't know. Yeah, we should test them. Okay, we should test them. We can test them. Okay, we can test them. But I need a couple of things to test them that I'm not going to do now. So probably in a future test, not right now. Now let's design the battleship. I think it was this one that I was making. Wait, this is a battle. I forgot what's the difference. It's here. The difference is here. Battleship, battlecruiser. So it's the same design actually. Except, wait. Why don't I see any reason to go battlecruiser? It's a bit faster. Yes, okay. I guess they're pretty much similar. So maybe I never saved this one. This would be the BBL, so battleship, but with light cruiser oriented battleship. Battlecruiser actually has then different doctrines and stuff. I had a question about your last China video. I want to do it later. But do I need no compromise? Yes. Unfortunately, anything to do with China is no compromise, no surrender. Yes. So now we have the BBL. This is experimental, boys. It's the concept is the same as the. So let me show you. The concept is basically the same as the light attack oriented heavy cruiser. So the idea is to get a design that has some heavy attack, or better, that doesn't have the disadvantages of a light cruiser. It has some heavy attack, but still is light attack oriented. Then later we'll check them. So BBL, and let's also make the battle cruiser version. That would be BCL. Okay, now I think we have all of the designs that we want to test, and for today we're probably going to ignore these more expensive ones, and we're going just to focus on light and heavy cruisers that I really want to test, and that's it. So I can make the save designs, and then let's start right away with the light cruisers, the usual meta light cruiser build. So that's 4992. Okay, let's check our bill, our budget. So I'm going to use only the 67,000. No, what was it? 4992. Okay. 999. That would be 13.4. Let's say it's 14. Let's be kind. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's 14. Okay, that's right. Now this is the light cruiser build, so let's go for it. It's not that there is much else useful in here though. And probably waiting is better. We would need concealment expert, but that's good for everybody, so it wouldn't be fair to give it to him. Especially because we don't have blockade runner. So I guess we do both. Yeah, I don't know what else to give him. Okay, now it became a bit cheaper to make the light cruisers with the changes. That's a good thing. My battery is dying. My phone is telling me it's time to stop the stream, but I would like to at least run a couple of tests with the light cruisers and the heavy cruisers before we stop. Put it down here. Okay. So we just need them to be trained. Let me see if there is anything smarter we can do this, but this is always good anyway. And in here, do we have anything better? No, because it's night attack, nighttime attack, it's still better. Maybe here we could have something else. No. No. No, this is always good, and this is always good. So nothing, no changes. Okay, the rest is good. Yeah. No, we can continue until they are trained. The new ones, I mean, which are here. So this means we are going to start a bit later, but unfortunately it's not something I can control. If we had a command to give training, but we don't. It's going to be significantly later, sadly. Yeah, one thing though, any particularly useful researches that we could have gotten for them? Yes, at least these two, yes. Instead of this one, we could have gotten these two, they are much cheaper too. We probably wouldn't have gotten the other ones. So I'm pretty sure if we were going for this build, it would have been better to go the other facility and get the radar instead. Very late. Okay. Okay, it's fine. That's good. Yeah, we actually got the full bonus because they are a smaller fleet. Let's make sure we don't lack important resources to produce them, but we don't. Okay, that's fine. Okay, good. Let's start the test. actually a bit later. Okay. Well, let's hope the UK doesn't distract them too much. What does support ships do? They do this. So the support ships give less attrition, less effects of critical hits, ship recovery chance, and then ship recovery rate, naval max range, and max organization. The max organization honestly is good. The rest maybe is skippable, so probably not worth it. Let's see. Meanwhile, what happens here when we get engaged? Okay, first engagement. Seems pretty good.
A war cabinet has been formed of 5 members, representing with the Liberal opposition.
This was good. We lost one early cruiser, so this is not a good one. Some early shit, not a good one. So all good. Okay, but we did get damaged, and this was always the problem with light cruisers. They perform well, but they get damaged. So then later on, we will be in trouble, probably. So we already lost the heavy cruisers.
A number of other key positions were filled yesterday. I'm submitting a further list to His Majesty tonight. During tomorrow. The appointment of the other ministers usually takes a little longer. But I trust
It's not going badly, for sure.
this part of my task will be completed, and that the administration will be complete in all respects.
But they still have a big fleet that they haven't sent, so the submarines are actually working.
Public interest.
Italy is already involved, but we need to extend it until the end of the year here, otherwise
The Speaker agrees
we don't get all of the engagements we should be getting.
in accordance with the powers conferred upon
Hopefully the UK will send at least one more.
the House. At the end of
Now the subs are almost completely out of the game.
the 21st of May,
You definitely get less dominance than before. It's crazy because there is nobody here and we still don't have full dominance. But the UK is not engaging, so I guess people will still be mad that the DI is not engaging.
I now invite the House
Nothing, they don't engage us
to record its approval of the
anymore, but I'm pretty sure they have at least one more fleet. Let's see. Well, yeah, they have a full fleet here, but they set it on do not engage, so I guess we cannot engage it.
serious undertaking in itself.
I don't know, it would have been interesting to see it in action. We caused certainly a bit more damage with the torpedo destroyers. But maybe we didn't lose any. Let's see. That's also something to consider. I wonder if we built more. Probably yes. Yeah, we just built a few more. So let's see the other ones. 1, 2, 3. Well, let's do something like this. No. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Looks like we lost one then.
Necessary to act. I would say to the House,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, we lost only one light cruiser in all of these, which is pretty good.
I have nothing to offer.
Which is pretty good. Let's give it another test.
Tears and sweat. We have before us an ordeal of the
The one thing I must say I noticed here is, I don't know if it's the submarines that are a bit more effective, but it seems like the UK is using death stacks a little bit less, which is very good. Because it was so annoying that they sent the entire death stack all at once.
strength that God can give us. To wage war against
And of course this makes it easier to fight them, but they should just massively increase the positioning penalty so the smaller fleets would have a chance against larger ones.
what is our aim.
Well, light cruisers seem to be performing quite well. This may be a painful one. Let's see. Oh, that's good. I mean, it says we lost, but I don't think we lost.
Long and hard the road may be, but without victory there is no.
I don't know. One day we will need to find out if these support ships actually provided some proper benefits or not. I think we're already done. I think the UK is already uninterested in continuing this. They go for a bit less engagements. Yeah, we can also check the status of our light cruisers. So we didn't lose many, but they did take some serious damage here. Okay, I don't think the UK is going to engage again. One last test. I should also have written how many we could have gotten. Wait a second. 14 light cruisers. I also forgot how many DDT we got actually. Was it 58? I think it was 58. But the light cruisers are certainly 14. So okay, let's go. One more try. Very, very solid win. Very solid win. It looks like we may be back into the light cruiser meta, even though the torpedo destroyers also did good. This is going to be a painful one, but still a win. At this point I'm curious to try the heavy cruisers, but light cruisers are doing good for sure. And torpedo destroyers also did good. The investment is the same, so... I'm not sure in terms of total losses which one has the lowest. Possibly this build has lower losses and later on is also a bit more powerful the more you continue. I think we're done. I think it's a pretty clear and solid win, consistent win. I don't know, either the UK is actually weaker than before, and it's a bit misleading because we have a lot of these support ships now. Which are like 20 of these ships are support ships that don't do anything, so that's a bit tricky. But the UK this time was wiped almost entirely, so that worked well. Okay, boys, let's do the... we're finding out what the strategy is right now. It seems like both the torpedo destroyers and the usual meta light cruiser work quite well. Both of them, which is nice. No, I want to try the heavy cruisers though. I want to try the heavy cruisers. So heavy cruisers are 6357. So 67,000.
With of course provision for earlier meeting if need be. The business to be considered during that week will be notified to members.
We're going to say it's 11. It's a bit generous, but we're going to say it's 11.
By the resolution which stands in my name to record its approval of the steps taken and to declare its confidence in the new government. Sir, to form an administration of this scale and complexity is a serious undertaking in itself. But it must be remembered that we are in the preliminary stage of one of the greatest battles in history. That we are in action at many points in Norway and in Holland. That we have to be prepared in many ways. That the air battle is continuing. That many preparations have to be made here. In this crisis, I hope I may be pardoned that I do not address the House at any length today. I hope that any of my friends and colleagues or former colleagues who are affected by political reconstruction will make all allowances for any lack of
3,
ceremony
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
to the House, as I said to those who opposed me. I have nothing to offer but blood, toil,
I fucked up, sorry.
We have before us many, many long months of struggle and of suffering.
I thought IC is already active, but it's not, so I need to do it again.
I will say it is to wage war by sea, land, and air. With all the strength of to wage war against the monstrous tyranny, never surpassed in the darkest and what is our aim? I can answer in one word. Victory at all costs. Victory in spite of all terror. Victory however long
Okay, now.
the road may be. But without victory there is no survival. Let that be realized. No survival for the British Empire. No survival for all that the British Empire stood for. No survival for the urge and impulse of the ages that mankind will move forward towards its goal. But I take up my task with buoyancy and hope. I feel sure that our cause will not be suffered.
Problem is, these ones we are not going to get any of them.
To claim the age. And I say,
Which is a bit sad.
then, let us go forward together with our united strength.
And also, in terms of this guy here, we still go on cruiser captain. And then I really don't know, but probably still destroyer leader. Later he didn't get any additional stuff, so maybe flies what? The resource cost is now more similar. In fact, it's actually exactly the same. Let's not forget. Okay. And also let's give one of the good ones the Pride of the Fleet, which is one of the main reasons I also like heavy cruisers. Okay, good. Boys, let's see how heavy cruisers perform. I'm hopeful because heavy cruisers are one of my favorite ship types now. Okay. Ouch. That's not gonna be good. That was painful as fuck. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not anymore. Let's see, maybe it was just very unlucky. Let's see. Okay, come on, it was unlucky. Maybe not. Maybe yes. I think it was unlucky. I mean, this is a good battle. And this is a very good battle. And they took damage, but it's still okay. Let's see this one. It's a very nice one. It's another big one. We already destroyed them almost entirely. And this time he also got more stuff. Nothing too good, unfortunately. Like Italy's involved. They don't usually engage anymore. Later on we'll check if they have something to engage us again or not. It's cool because with this build we can actually... Oh, there is one more engagement. Oh, that's the bigger fleet. The bigger fleet. Disintegrated. You go for a heavy cruiser build, I would probably still do some torpedo destroyers, like 2 factories probably, same as the submarines, and then everything on the cruisers. But it's a nice build. Let's see the UK. Do they still have a fleet? Not really. Not really. This is the main thing that looks like a fleet that would get destroyed by us right now. What did we lose, if anything? So I don't think we got any new heavy cruiser built, or did we? No, we are about to get a lot of them though. Look at that. In less than a month, we would get a lot of heavy cruisers, which is very nice. Now, of course, for this build, you would need for them to be all built before you start. You may get them a bit later than the torpedo destroyers, and we assume that you get all of them at the same time, but that's not sure. What's happening to my life? Wait a second. Does the reveal chance of torpedoes affect their hit rate, or is it to do with the sub being spotted? It is only to do with the sub being spotted. So on submarines, it's usually nice to have, but it's not a priority because where is it? The highest priority is of course the screen penetration, not so much on submarines but on the main fleet if you use torpedoes. Then this one is absolutely mandatory, and then the other most effective one is the hit chance. So these 3 are the ones you want. And on a submarine build instead, you would do Silent Hunter and then the same 2 in the same order. So Silent Hunter, this one, Lancer, this one, depending on what kind of fleet you're fighting with. Did we ever get... yeah, we did. Okay, boys, so... let's do the heavy... Let's do one more test with the heavy cruisers. They seem to work well. Difficult to compare them to light cruisers, but heavy cruisers in general are a bit better than light cruisers. I mean, they are more resilient. And later in the run they are better, and they are not screens, which is better, so they usually take less damage. Look at this. It's like completely disintegrated the Royal Navy. Okay, this is painful though. Sometimes we get into these painful battles and it's a full wipe. Interesting though, we didn't have this with light cruisers. Unless we are very unlucky with the heavy cruisers, there is something that I don't understand. Let's see. Like some of these battles we win them incredibly fast, and it looks like there is no chance at all for them. Oh, but this is painful. This one we lose. And I don't understand if it's just luck or it's something to do with the fact that we have less light attack. Let's see. Let's see. So far, no, the heavy cruiser build, for some reason, it seems to be worse than light cruiser build. Yeah, it seems to be worse. Definitely. Okay.
last, I received
Well, if this is the case... okay, back to the old meta. We went around, we did a circle, and yeah, this is the battle that we lose with the heavy cruisers. And it is tough, but we win it with the light cruisers. Even though we don't have a Pride of the Fleet anymore. Which means 10% less attack, but somehow it's still better. And now the UK is done.
a war cabinet has been formed of 5 members.
Yeah, now the UK is done. Okay, one more with light, one more with heavy to see.
The 3 party leaders
So this is the light.
high executive office. The 3 fighting
That's a big battle, but we still massively kick their ass.
that this should be done in 1 single day. Extreme urgency and rigor of events. A number of other key positions were filled yesterday, and I'm submitting
Now, I do wonder how much the subs are helping, and I feel like probably they are helping in avoiding the full death stack, but we should do that. We should try once without subs, maybe. See how much of an impact they had. Let's try without subs once.
this part of my task will be completed, and the
See if they're useful or not. Then we'll draw some conclusions and stop the testing for the day.
Sir, I considered it in the public interest to suggest that
Okay, so no more subs around. Let's see if we get more of a dead stack now. Yes, definitely yes. We still kick their ass though.
upon him.
But they are more aggressive.
The adjournment of the House is proposed until Tuesday, the 21st of May.
Okay, so subs are back in the game, and they still can be useful like they used to be. More or less like they used to be. Wait, did we destroy the Royal Navy entirely? Yes, we did. We did. They don't have any of the good strike forces anymore. So they sent them all right away and got completely destroyed. Very interesting. Do one more test without subs.
Form an administration of the scale of complexity is a serious undertaking. But it must be remembered that we are in the preliminary stage of one of the
Light cruisers are more OP than before for some reason.
action at many points in Norway and in
Yeah, that's a pain. That was a painful one probably. But still more painful for them than for us. If you go for this build, you should definitely make less repair ships, 'cause you don't need that many.
Any of my friends and former colleagues who are affected by political reconstruction will make all allowances for any act of ceremony with which it has been necessary to act.
Yeah, our fleet was destroyed significantly, but we still won.
Those who joined the government. I have nothing to offer but blood.
Yeah, okay, done. Okay, light cruisers really hold very well. Let's try the heavy cruisers without subs, see how they do.
Where before us many, many long months.
Be fun and nice if we could finally draw some significant conclusions, like one design is definitely better than the other. I don't know how we won that one, it was an entire death stack.
War against a monstrous tyranny. Catalogue of human crime.
Boys, I don't know why, but heavy cruisers seem to struggle massively now.
I can answer in one word. Victory. Victory at all costs. Victory is
One more try.
may be. But without victory, there is no survival.
It is a bigger death stack than the other one, and somehow...
For all of the British Empire stood for. No South
Okay, this was an insane battle.
of the age that man
Problem is... they engage us again.
I take up my task with spoil.
Because now they're probably repairing. How do they keep the dominance so high is scary, honestly. I don't know how minor powers will be able to contest it. If you win and you still don't get dominance, I don't know. How come we won the battle and we don't have the dominance? Well, this time they survived painfully though. So it would seem, because we need to write down some conclusions here. Do you guys want to see also? Let's do also the battleships, then we stop. So the battleship, which one do we do? No, I think we the battlecruiser in the end. 1630s. It's the same stats. I think we go for the battleship that has a bit more armor. Similar in the end, but let's do battleships. So 9473. That means 7. We can have 7. That's right. Now, for the battleships, one of the things is we have nothing here. I don't know if there is somebody with Ironside. Let's see. Okay, yeah, this guy. Then we go with him. This is also very important. We are going for these ones instead. I forgot. It's probably not the biggest problem because we cannot get them in time anyway. Of course, the more expensive the design, the later you start getting them, which is impactful. They cannot reinforce, but these ones also cost quite a significant amount of chromium that we do have. But and then again, before you get the second batch of them, it's quite a while. Invisible sub strategy might work again. We are not testing it today, but I think it might work again, yeah. You would need to follow my historical Germany run to test it and let me know. Let's check very quickly if we have anything better at this point, but I still don't think so. No, we don't have anything better, okay. Takes forever. No, it's actually the same. I lied. Okay. It's not going to matter because we're not getting them, but just in case, maybe it would be better if they went to this one. Okay, save.
Mr. Speaker,
Okay, let's go. Let's see the battleships in action. Yeah, this is not promising. We already destroyed. Took so much damage. They don't engage us. Yeah. Okay, we're going to give them a couple more tries, but not promising at all. It looks like we are back to light attack being absolutely meta. In addition to torpedo damage being still good, it's probably light attack. But let's see, maybe we were unlucky that time. It's going a bit better this time, but we still have not enough damage. Wipe. It's bigger than before the difference. Yeah, I was unable to find it. It's my historical Germany run. Right, historical Germany Mach. It should come out. One more try, but it doesn't look like battleships are viable, at least not with this design. And right when I wanted to abandon them, they performed a bit better. They may survive this, but not when the bigger dead stack joins. Okay, nice. So, okay.
that we are in the preliminary stage of one of the greatest battles in history.
I need to go and eat as well. So boys, yeah, time for conclusions. We are happy with what we got. Let me finish with one more, or maybe let me showcase one last, in case I want to turn it into a video. It may be useful. Okay, so boys, let me see, maybe I should turn on the light.
Pardon if I do not address the House at any length today. I hope that
Okay, boys, so some conclusions from this very, very long testing session. I'm going to show you the designs we tested. I'm going to show you one of the tests and talk about it as we do it. So we can maybe edit these. There are some designs that we still haven't tested. What we have tested is this weird light attack oriented battleship design. Then we tested the usual meta light cruiser design. Then we tested this light attack oriented heavy cruiser design, which used to be very good before the latest patches. Then we tested, of course, the goal was to make everything as cheap as possible, not to invest in extra researches or special facilities and so on. So we don't have radar, we don't have additional modules or more upgraded ones, and we are going with the basic version of these models and so on. Either way, then we tested the torpedo destroyer, the meta one, at least until now. You will see in a bit. And then we also used some repair ships and support ships from the special facility, though they are not strictly needed. And we also used some submarines to provide a distraction for the fleet. Submarines are still bad, but not as bad as before. They have been adjusted, so they can be used again to distract the Royal Navy and convoy raid around the UK while your fleet fights them, not all at the same time, which is quite beneficial. Now, if you wanted to make a submarine focus build, that's something we haven't tested yet. We also haven't tested the torpedo cruisers and torpedo battle cruisers, so that's something that remains to be tested. We haven't tested super heavy battleships, but that's probably not needed. Okay, so let's start, I would say, by the least efficient to the most efficient. So the first test will be with the battleship design, this one here, light oriented battleship design. We are using the submarines for a distraction, as you can see, so we don't get the full Royal Navy in a dead stack. Let's see how it goes, and then I will talk about it. Now, there is some RNG, we tested it several times, but most of the time we win the first few battles, unless they send the entire navy. But when they send a bigger dead stack, like here it's particularly unlucky, they sent it right away, but the outcome is more or less always the same, and it is a full wipe for us, which makes this design not really viable. The other design that is unfortunately weaker than before is the heavy cruisers one. So again, exactly the same thing, but this time we're using the heavy cruiser design. This one here, light attack oriented heavy cruiser. And it's pretty much the same thing, except better for the heavy cruisers compared to battleships. So they do perform a bit better. You can see them here, they won the first battle quite well. They're going to win another one well. More or less they have the same issue, so when the Royal Navy sends the bigger fleet, then they start to struggle and they tend to lose at that point. Yeah, so now this is a wipe. And that's pretty consistent among all tests. Now let's go and check the light cruiser, the old meta light cruiser design. By the way, I'm not going to explain it in detail here, but of course we used always the same exact IC for all of them, so the testing is fair. And this is the usual old meta light cruiser design. Let's see how they perform. So same scenario again, the Royal Navy engages, we win the battle a little bit faster, so this is one of the advantages. The other advantage that they have is that, of course, the other ones are built faster, because you can assign 10 factories to them, and they're also cheaper. So you get reinforcements into the battle a bit faster compared to heavy cruisers, actually significantly faster. But as you can see, we won the first two battles a lot better. Now this is the one we lose with heavy cruisers. It's exactly that one that we usually lose. And we won it this time. Painfully, but we won it. And that's the big one. After that it gets a little bit easier, even though we did take some damage. We didn't lose a lot of the light cruisers. we're going to lose them though. That's a wipe. Okay.
When Parliament meets again, this part of my job will be complete.
Not fully wipe, but painful for sure. And now it's almost a full wipe, although in a few months we would get more, and the UK also lost everything. So it's a balanced, desperate situation in which both us and the UK lost almost everything. We do not have dominance. Now we would get the new ones.
By the resolution of the House
Let's see what happens.
today, the adjournment of the House will be proposed.
Yeah, well, a massacre, I would say, but it was a massacre for the UK as well. As you can see here, they lost basically everything. The only fighting fleet they have left is this one. Would be able to win against us, but the other ones are just escort fleets. Not maybe the most representative test. Let's run one more quickly, because this was particularly bad for the light cruisers. Usually they perform a little bit better than that. So let's see how it goes this time. It also depends. There is some RNG in each battle, and also in the way the battle happens, where it happens, how it happens. It's not always the same, but you can see the difference compared to battle cruisers and or battleships and heavy cruisers. Clearly in favor of the light cruisers, even though this one we are probably going to lose again. Yeah. So a lot more fought, but still a loss against that larger fleet. Now let's go with the torpedo destroyers. No, it's probably not this save. It's not this save.
I would say to the House, as I said to those who have joined the government, I have nothing.
Okay, so now we go with the torpedo destroyers. It is the same setting, except it's a bit earlier in the run. So we actually have less destroyers than we might have had by the point of the run, simply because this is the run we actually originally did. So for the other ones I had to delete my torpedo destroyers and then make them again. So let's see how it goes now. We have, of course, a larger navy thanks to the torpedo destroyers. Here we have the first engagement. I forgot to mention it, but we are doing all of this without air, despite having air. Now, of course, one of the biggest advantages is here we keep getting reinforcements with new torpedo destroyers that we are building. That's the advantage of them being cheap. That's another win. Also, seems like the Royal Navy is sending the main fleet a bit later, so we may also be lucky here. There is the main fleet. Let's see how it goes. That's the battle that we always lost, this one too. That we always lost with the battleships and battle cruisers. And that we lost most of the time with light cruisers too. And you can see that torpedo destroyers are still very good, because they are the only ones that, despite high casualties, have been able to win here consistently and reinforce. So we lost most of the fleet now, but we still keep getting new destroyers in. That's a big fleet. We may lose that one. Okay, nice. So we end up with losing every battle, which tends to happen when I do the submarine. It's still not lost. Again, it's a bit of a massacre. Again, now the UK actually still has a fleet here. No, we didn't destroy their fleet. Let's run one more test. And I always load the wrong one. It's often the case when you reload at the end of a testing scenario and you get and suddenly it goes worse than before for some reason. It's still representative though. So one more testing scenario with the torpedo destroyer build. Keep in mind that this is the cheapest build, the easiest one to make, the one that requires the least amount of resources and researches as well. And then, of course, keep in mind we set them on do not repair, but we could be repairing them. There is no particular reason why we are not repairing them other than comparing the various designs. Yeah, that's the annoying battle, and it depends a bit on how big that fleet is when it happens. Like this time, despite it says that we lost, but we didn't really lose it. And when you win that battle, then usually it's done. No, it's another big one though. It's another annoying one.
Mr. Speaker,
Says that we lost it, but again, I'm not so confident.
His Majesty's Commission to form a new administration. It was the evident wish and will of the nation that this should be conceived on the broadest possible basis. And that it should include all, both those who supported the
Well,
late government.
again, very aggressive UK. They sent almost the entire fleet, and they lost almost the entire fleet. And we also lost almost the entire fleet, but we won.
A war cabinet has been formed of 5 members, representing with the Liberal opposition.
I think we can target the UK. It should be basically done. Yeah, this time, as you can see, they don't have the... This was the main fleet. These are just escort fleets. Cannot really fight effectively. These ones too. These are now moving to the Mediterranean. So in this case, we wiped the UK entirely. Conclusions. So I can talk about it. So I will not mention it here, but to invade the UK, going through the English Channel with air is still the best option. You don't need to build a fleet. You just need to build air dominance quickly and spam disengage. That still works. And submarines are finally kind of viable again. Now, as you can see, we lost most of them, but they did keep the UK busy a little bit during this time. And also they did wipe their convoys. So it's not irrelevant. In terms of the designs, I would say you have a couple of options, but in most cases, as long as you can build enough, I would go all in on torpedo destroyers because they are so easy and cheap to make. They are just still very, very good. Despite the nerf to torpedo attack or hit chance, they are still super good. The other build that you can make, and maybe you can invest into it a little bit more, is the light cruiser build.
With, of course, provision for earlier meeting if need be. The business to be considered.
The light cruiser build, where is it? The light cruiser build is not necessarily more expensive, although these are more expensive to make. So depending on how many dockyards you have, you may get a bit more, a bit less. If you do go for a light cruiser build, though, I would try to invest a little bit more into it. Maybe get a better fire control system, possibly get a radar for extra hit chance. And then you should consider, we may test that in future, but you should consider getting the improved cruiser a bit earlier. And also possibly, where are they? And also possibly some of the improved batteries, they do really help. Final thing before we stop, let me show you the doctrine build. This is almost always the same. The Grand Doctrine doesn't really matter that much, but I do find Fleet in Being to be the best one, especially because I like naval refit yards. Now, we did it on never repair, but if you want to repair, repairing faster really helps. The mandatory part of the build is torpedo primacy for the nighttime attack and for night fighting, extra nighttime attack, nighttime spotting and visibility. Always very, very good. Yeah, in here the only other really good one is selective engagement. So if you go for trade interdiction, you can also go selective engagement and take the -10% visibility. Then the other important sub-doctrine is line of battle, because as long as you have a pride of the fleet, you get the 10% extra attack, which is really, really good. The other two are a lot more situational. This, of course, is useful if you go for torpedoes, a torpedo build. This one is useful in general because you receive less critical hits. And the other very important thing is on the Admiral leading your main fleet. You should try to have, well, cruiser captain if you go for cruisers, definitely torpedo destroyer leader for destroyers, and then if you go for a torpedo build, lancer into loading drill master into torpedo expert, and then always, we didn't do it, but always whenever possible, blockade runner into concealment expert. Anything else to mention? Maybe the MIOs. In this case, we went for the entire build on raiding shipbuilders to unlock the perks as fast as possible. They reduce visibility and increase output, which is always great. And we also got welding specialists for extra output. Boys, now I am tired. It's time to stop. Thank you for watching. See you next time. Bye bye.